IB Nation, welcome to the Notre Dame Recruiting Hour. We are joined here on a Monday. Apologize for being a couple minutes late. If you couldn't tell, we had to make sure that we were looking good for the show. You know, we got to make sure that we got our beauty rest. But we are here on the Irish Breakdown podcast to bring you some insight into the Notre Dame recruiting landscape, Sean. So this is going to be a incredible show. I am Ryan Roberts, Director of Recruiting here at irishbreakdown.com. Joined with me is Sean Davis, of course, recruiting analyst here at the site as well. And Sean, this is going to be a hectic show, man. I mean, first and foremost, and I know people are talking about it in the chat already. Look, let's backtrack. Hit that like button, subscribe, notification bell, all that good stuff, right? Subscribe to the message boards at irishbreakdown.com. We're going to be talking a lot about the recruits that had big matchups this past weekend in high school football. That's one thing we're going to talk about. Sean, we're also going to talk about the college football landscape and some of the great games we got this past weekend. But of course, want to kick things off here. There's a little bit of news that is circulating in the Twitterverse, on all the message boards about Notre Dame and quarterback recruiting and all this type of stuff, right? So this is what's going to happen here, folks. Appreciate y'all for tuning in, by the way. We are expecting there to be some breaking news at some point during this podcast, okay? We are live here. When it happens, and if it happens, we expect it to happen, but when it happens, we may be having a special guest later in the show to kind of talk about it, decipher it, and we'll give our takes on it. And yeah, so there is probably some breaking news that will happen during the show. You have to be patient, okay? Patience is a virtue, as my father once said. My father didn't actually say that, but I wanted to say something cool. All right, so there will be some news dropping, Sean. There will be some news dropping. But, man, I got to start by asking you how you are. This is Sean, I'll tell you, man, this has been a wild couple of days, a wild morning. I'm still absorbing everything. Everything's getting straight. I mean, we got some news yesterday about things happening, but I will say this, is at this moment in the chat, listen to me, folks, we are not predicting things. We're not throwing names out there. We're not. Because the one thing that we will tell you here is if you were on boards at irishbreakdown.com, you would have known yesterday, about midday, that something was coming, right? Something's coming. But we run with ethics on this site. So we're never going to put a player's name out in the universe. I'm never going to take anybody's moment. I was just talking, Sean, to Brian about this, right? I'm a big believer. One thing I deeply believe in is that what we create moments in life that are the memories, right? And those big moments we remember forever, right? And I am not going to take a young man's moments, right? Never. Good or bad. That's their moment to have. I'm not taking that. That would be disrespectful, and I am not doing that, all right? But when the news does drop, we will talk about it. But also, you would have known yesterday, and you would have known a few days ago that something was coming, right? So it's coming. Trust me. And stick with us during the show because we will talk about it at that point. But Sean, crazy 24 hours, man. Crazy morning. I guess how are you is a good way to start this podcast, man. I know you were just on Lucky Lefty too, right? So you have been double duty today, my friends.
Yeah, we felt like we had to put out some fires today, because I think we put out our own fires internally coming off of that performance in the second half. And I think we got back to even keel. And I think we delivered a message today to be even keel. And I think on two fronts, like there is a piece that I think we should have about this team right now, heading into week 12. And from a recruiting standpoint, I think all of us at Irish Breakdown have had tremendous peace about the success of this class since probably October. And that was solidified on November the 5th. because that was pretty much the cherry on top of everything. Like, this is it. If you need something to finalize everything, this is it. And even with that, there's a chance things might get even better. Right? So I think last week we said maybe 27, 28 in the class.
Yep.
It's looking likely.
Yes, it
It's
is.
looking likely.
Sean, I mean, we've talked about it a ton, right? 23 players in the class. There's only a few spots left. It's going to end very soon. I mean, I was just talking to Brian. I might be going away this weekend with my wife and some friends to Hershey to go to Hershey Park with all the kids and stuff. Yeah. And Brian's like, you go, you enjoy, because December is going to be a grind. And I'm like, feel that, brother. Feel that. I mean, we got the National Signing Day, of course, on the 21st, and then we're going right into the All-Star games, and then the other signing day on the other side of the new year is going to be a wild couple months here on the side of the recruiting world. So we're going to get into it, folks, though. All right, trust me. Just stick around with this show. If you're listening right now, we will cover this news whenever it breaks. We'll tell you how we got to this point, where it's coming from here. It's probably not going to be a full scope news that you're going to be like, yes, what's that mean, right? But there's going to be a part that needs to happen to get to where we're going, right? And that's kind of what we're waiting on today. Oh, Lucas, I can hide my excitement. I hate life, man. I hate life. I can hold my excitement all I want. I'm being supremely sarcastic, by the way.
You don't want to play us in poker. You don't want poker faces.
I have a really good So, Sean, you know what's bad is that I am really sarcastic, but I also have a sarcastic tone all the time. And my wife's always like, I don't know if you're being serious or if you're joking, or I'm just like, it's my humor, I guess. I have sarcastic humor. So whatever, man. Lucas, all right, man, I'll give it to you. I'm a little excited, all right? This is the one thing about this, folks. I love covering recruiting. I love covering the game of football. It's all great stuff. But you have to remember, at the core, I'm a fan, right? I'm a fan at the core of everything that is of me. I've loved Notre Dame since I was a little kid. So that's it, man. That's it. So we're gonna be juiced up when news breaks. We're gonna be juiced up about the future of Notre Dame football. That's what we're gonna do on this show, right? We're gonna come from a very non-biased opinion, right? Like, I'm going to give you guys my total. And I think if you've listened to all of our shows this year, you know that when something's bad, I will straight up tell you it's bad, right? I'll tell you when something's really good. I'll do all those types of things, right? But for me, when something good does happen, I'm going to enjoy it. I am, because I love this team, right? I love this game. I love Notre Dame football. Love it to my core. So we're always going to talk about that. But Sean, let's get on to some recruits that are currently in the class. So on irishbreakdown.com, I just put it on Twitter. It was live a couple hours ago. But I made my weekly piece where I talk about some of the biggest recruiting performances of the week from a commit in the Notre Dame class. So I want to drop this in the chat real quick because I want to talk about some of these performances. And Sean, we're going to take it a step further today. Because not only are we going to talk about the numbers they put up and the victories they had and all that type of stuff, I want to also talk, because if you're on boards at irishbreakdown.com, Brian started this thread this morning where he started popping in junior film, started popping in senior film of players that are committed to Notre Dame and just kind of the final product that's been on the field. So I want to talk not only about the performances from this week, but also, so as some of this film's coming out, man, we got to look back and be like, wow, how some of these guys have improved. Maybe improvement didn't happen quite as much as we wanted from some others. But I just want to kind of talk about senior and junior film a little bit too, because I know that that's what people want to talk about a ton. Obviously, guys like CJ Carr are no longer in the playoffs. Unfortunately, Charles Jagasaw, who had a great senior year, did not make the playoffs with his Alman team. But we can discuss some of those as well, right? But it'll be fun to kind of talk about some of the senior and junior films. So I just put it in the chat for people that kind of wanted to take a look at that. If you would like, you don't have to. I just know some people like to see things, right? So Sean, first player I want to talk about, Christian Brothers out of the state of Missouri. They I almost said destroyed, but I should have said destroyed. They destroyed Marquette 42-7 this past weekend, Sean. So of course, Christian Brothers. Who goes to Christian Brothers? Oh, Jeremiah Love, running back, 2023 commit. It's in the Notre Dame class. And Sean, he's a dynamic weapon, obviously. And I definitely want to get into some of his highlights. And if you go on this piece, I actually Jeremiah popped in a tweet this morning of his highlights against Marquette. So he ran for 139 yards and 3 tutties. Did that on only 11 carries during the game, Sean. 12.6 yards per carry. And I just want to open the floor to this one, man, because we know Jeremiah Love was a big commitment. We know that it was a great get for Notre Dame football. But I'll say this, a couple key takeaways I got from him looking at some of his past games, some of the film, is that he's gotten bigger substantially. He's really filling out. He looks explosive. And brother, his jump cut for a kid his size, he makes dudes look stupid in the open field, man. What a get Jeremiah Love is for Notre Dame.
Look, I sit back and I say to myself, did we outpunt ourselves? Did we outpunt the coverage? Like a lot of people say that when they see my wife, right? Like, boy, you outpunted your coverage. I'm like, hey, it's all good.
They say the same thing to me, man. I'm like, that's a compliment. Thank you.
That's what happens when you dive in young. You catch them young, you don't have to worry about it. And I get that feeling about a talent like him and the other talents at the skill positions. It's like I look at this class and I say, did we really just amass all of this talent in one class? Because it is really that good. Like, we're not overselling. We're not pulling your chain. Ryan's not being sarcastic, and it starts with Jeremiah Love. And I think we were talking to Brian, and Brian was talking about just watching his junior film and his senior film and how much better he's gotten and just how confident he's playing. Look, the backfield is already pretty good. But the backfield, let's be honest, one missing piece it probably has is explosiveness. And that's what's being added. I think Coach D definitely was like, you know what? I'm going to get some explosive players for the backfield. Yep. And starting with Jeremiah Love, you wrote a great article about 2 months ago when you talked about how important he was to the class because of that ability, because he's a big-time playmaker. Mm-hmm. And, you were spot on with the article, and he was well worth the wait.
Yes.
Whatever process he had to go through with him, his family, he was well worth the wait for this 23 class and for Notre Dame.
Oh, well worth it. I mean, Sean, like you said, right? Like, obviously, Notre Dame's getting more entrenched in the St. Louis area, right? Getting talent out of there. We've talked about that a ton. But, I mean, someone in the chat just compared him. I'm trying to find it real quick. Berkshire Yanks, Sean. What a comp here. He says, Love reminds me of Eric Dickerson. Berkshire, not going to quite go there, man, because I mean that's comparing a 17-year-old kid to a Hall of Fame running back. So like, but I like the style comparison, right? My original one, Sean, and I'll be completely honest about this, right? I said that he reminded me of Josh Adams because I saw the high stepping and the long speed, and I'm like, cool. What I did not predict though, and one thing that Josh Adams lacked was Josh Adams was not a quick kid, right?
Yeah.
Couldn't change direction really well because he was leggy. Like he was a one cut and go type of runner. This kid, it pops in and out of his jump cuts, able to change direction really well. This is a much different type of athlete comparative to a Josh Adams, who was just a one cut downhill and run to daylight type of kid. Jeremiah could do that. But he also, the best part of his game is that 6 foot, 200 pounds or whatever he is, 6.5 200 pounds. He makes guys look stupid in the open field, man. Like he makes guys gripping for air. I mean, the one jump cut he had, Sean, he took it, I think it was zone right. And then he cut left because, for the people out there that, so most of the time zones are meant to hit backside A to B gap. Like that's where they're meant to hit. So he hit it that way. But then he stuck his foot in the ground and went the opposite direction, Sean. And for people that saw that, I'm just like, that's different, man. Like, that's not ordinary. And so he's got rare ability. 99 comp problems, but BK1 just put a cool comp in here. He said Darren McFadden is an interesting comp. That is really interesting, 99 problems. I'll be honest, man. For people that don't remember Darren McFadden at Arkansas, my guy was unreal. And he kind of had the same stuff, though, Sean. Like, he was kind of a little bit of a high-cut kid, longer legs. But he was a lot more quick than Adams was, right? Like, he could cut, he could jump cut, he could do all that type of stuff. So that's a really good one. I like that one a lot. So now we got Tony Dorsett. Oh, sorry, Tony Pollard. Someone put it here. Josh Jacobs. There's a lot of cool comps in here. But we talked about the reasoning for why it's so important, Sean. St. Louis, dynamic player. And I mean, you talked about it, right? That running back room next season, man.
Yo, Jabron Payne got his action on special teams. He broke through. And anytime you start seeing special teams reps, it usually leads to other reps for young players. It's good to see that. You have him in the wings. You have Jadarian Price. You got Jeremiah Love. You got Jaden Lamar. Look, we don't want to say we told you, but we told you that this class was going to erase the speed narrative, the explosive narrative, and any other narrative that was put out there that said Notre Dame doesn't have players. Yeah. That excuse is over.
It's dead, man.
You can't use that anymore. You can't use that. Now the spotlight goes to the coaches. Once these players get on campus, spotlight is on the coaches. Because the 40 time, we won't have too many more pro days, Ryan, where we're looking at 40 times and saying, over the next couple of years, our faces are going to be more like, woo.
Well, I want to give some credit to Jay Henry, who apparently was the one that actually gave the Darren McFadden comp. So shout out to you, Jay. Sean, let's put it this way, right? And let's work through this together.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremiah Love is a blur. That kid may legitimately be a high 4.4 type of. I'm gonna say 4.7. No, he's like a 4.47 type of athlete. In this class, what number would he rank as far as straight line speed? So, all right, let's start naming guys, right? And you start naming them too. Micah Bell, right?
Fourth.
You think fourth? I don't even know if he's fourth. Because let's think about
this. I would think go through the list because I was going to say 4 or 5. Yeah. Go ahead.
So Micah Bell is the fastest player in this class. There's no doubt. Dylan Edwards.
Yes.
Talked about him. He's a 4.3 type of dude. Peyton Bowen is a 4.3, 9-ish type of dude. Dude can run. Christian Gray ran a verified 4.41 at the Ohio State camp. That's number 4 right there.
Yeah.
And then I think the next conversation at number 5 comes to Jaden Lamar, Braylon James, Jeremiah Love. Who's the fastest of those 3? That's where it comes down to, right?
Yeah.
And I forgot, Sean, who's had a great senior year and might be in that conversation too is Ben Minich. Ben Minich might be close to that, man. He might.
You're right.
Yeah. Literally, maybe he's 5th, but he also might be 8th.
That's saying something. That's saying something. That is wild. And we haven't even tapped into his ability as a pass catcher.
No.
This is just strictly running the ball. As a pass catcher, he's an absolute weapon. Absolute weapon. Whether you line him up out wide, swing him out of the backfield, swing pass, wheel route, arrow route, whatever, he's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
He's a problem. I don't know if Notre Dame in the last 2 years has had a player that has to be identified pre-snap.
Yeah.
That everybody's like,
that's him.
He's there.
Right.
Like, there he is right there. This class does that for Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
Defenses will have to identify where Jeremiah Love is. Right?
Yeah.
They're going to have to identify where Jaden Greathouse is lining up. He's in the slot this time.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the slot. The difference makers are there. So the fact that you just started out with him, he runs with a lean, like everybody else. He's on a tilted field and everybody else is running in the opposite direction. And he's just slowly moving back. And then when he gets ready to bring it back and just take off, it's just easy. Oh. He's amazing to watch. That's why that one touchdown I talked to Christian Gray about it. Like, he was literally laughing at Christian Gray. He was laughing at him.
And Christian's fast, man. He's fast.
And he's laughing, and Christian was laughing too. He was like, yeah, I had to laugh, man. He was like, we were literally talking to each other as we were running.
Oh, that's so funny.
Look, that's the type of talent. And this is why, as you were driving home Saturday, this is why, even though things felt a certain way, even though Notre Dame got a win, you see a Snead. And then I hear from Brian what you have to say about Josh Burnham and warm-ups. Yes. And you start to hear all of these things from practice about the future and the freshmen, and you know about the class that's coming in. And it's easy to get over a game like Saturday. It's like, okay, don't worry, the future's coming.
Yep.
Just be patient. Yeah. Absolutely.
Sean, here's a great conversation. Ready? And I know we're spending a lot of time on Jeremiah. It's fine though. I mean, he's an exciting player, right?
That's a good place to start.
Yeah. So last game, right? Notre Dame wins 35-32 over Navy. It's an ugly second half, all that good stuff. Right. Brandon Joseph didn't play in that football game. Right. So who's returning punts during that game, Sean?
Matt Salerno.
Matt Salerno's returning punts in that game. Next year, we're talking about a legit conversation where Peyton Bowen can return punts. Micah Bell can return punts. Christian Gray could return punts if he felt like it. Dylan Edwards could return punts. Jaden Greathouse can return punts. He's got 4 punt returns for touchdowns this year, man, at the highest level. We're not, I mean, and this is all due respect, and I'm not throwing shade at Matt Salerno. I promise I'm not. But your good punt returner goes down, and we have to throw Matt Salerno back there. Yeah. Next year, man, like one guy goes down, you're like, all right, put the next dynamic athlete back there, you know? Like, it's wild to think about that type of stuff, man. Just the amount of talent that Notre Dame has from a speed perspective. Because hey, we're talking about skill position right now, right? But we also know Charles Jagasaw is a great athlete for an offensive tackle. Great athlete. Jaden Osbury, really good athlete for a linebacker. Drake Bowen, really good linebacker athlete, right? We didn't even talk about a Don Schuler, who comparative to a Peyton Bowen isn't a elite athlete, but he's a pretty dang good athlete otherwise, right? Like for what he is, like, man, it's going to be wild next year. The punt return game, the kick return game is going to be different next year, man. It's going to be different, which is going to give guys a lot of opportunity to play, I think, early. Like,
can't wait a minute. So just imagine.
Yes.
Just imagine what Brian Mason is doing with what he has now. And give him the players you just mentioned next year. What do you think he can cook up in that special teams room?
Yep.
It's going to be special. Look, I already predicted it. I said they're returning at least 4 or 5 kicks next year.
Think so?
Wow. Once and kickoffs? Yeah. Yeah, I'll step out on that limb.
Wow.
I'll step out on that limb 4 minimum.
And I'm not going to put it. I'm not going to come back at that at all, Sean, because I mean, hey, if you told me before the season that Notre Dame was going to block 7 punts, I'd be like, nah. Like, Brian Mason's a really good coach, but like, relax a little bit, right? Like, that's not going to happen. So you might be very well right, man. Sean, now I'm thinking about this, right? Because we're not going to throw Peyton Bowen and Minich into this conversation, right? Because they're defensive backs. But could you imagine someday you might have an offense that has a 2-back personnel, or you have Jadarian Price and Jeremiah Love, or Jadarian Price and Jaden Lamar. I'm talking about the speed backs, right, that you have on your roster. You have those 2.
Yeah.
And then you have Jaden Greathouse out wide, who's the slow guy. You have Braylon James out wide opposite of him. And then you have Dylan Edwards in the slot, man. It's wild. It's absolutely wild. So, yeah, I'm just like fangirling over here thinking about it, man. I'm like, can you imagine all that talent on one team? Like, can you imagine all that speed?
Yeah.
Another thing, Sean, because we're talking about the kick return and punt return game. You know what else it also does is that next year for the kickoff coverage unit, the punt coverage unit, you know you're going to be seeing Drake Bowen and Jaden Osborne running down on some kicks. You know Peyton Bowen's going to be out there. You know Don Schuler is going to be back there. Like, good luck to your punt or kick returner out there on the opposing teams. Like, good luck, man. Good luck.
Isn't it dope? Like, the culture they're coming into, and Marcus Freeman talked about it today, that there are players on the roster clamoring to be a part of the special teams unit and the punt block unit. Like, starters are begging for reps. Like, they want to be a part of it. So now you expect the freshmen to come in from what they're watching, like, okay, yeah, I'm all in. Special teams, I'll play special teams. Absolutely. I'll be a gunner. Absolutely. So you like to see that type of excitement. And, you know, we said they need to change the U's at Notre Dame. Brian Mason has changed one of those U's, right? What you want to call it, special teams U, punt block U, whatever you want to call it, that's what Notre Dame has become right before our very eyes. And we keep saying they can't do it. Not next week. They can't get another one next week, can they? No. Here we go, trying for 8 again.
If I would have bet on the Navy game, Sean, I would say $100. There's no way they're going to get a block punt this week. Like, no way, man. Right. It's not going to happen again. Like, it's not going to happen again because you know it's coming, but it still keeps happening, man. So Brian Mason special. There's some special players coming to Notre Dame. It's wild, man. Yeah. Let's go to another guy we just talked about, Sean, who had another nice performance this past week. Westlake defeated Cedar Ridge 58-10. Mm-hmm. So wasn't a gaudy stat number for Jaden Greathouse in this game, Sean. He had 4 receptions that went for a total of 52 yards in this game, but there was a insane one-handed grab that he had. Snatched it over a dude, came down, went through contact. And like I said before, he also took his 4th punt back to the house. And on the piece I wrote, I have both the punt return on there. I have also the great catch. And I think, again, some people, I think, underrates Greathouse a lot on the national recruiting scene because he's not the fast guy, right? But I'm just like, but guys, just makes plays, man. Like, that's just all it is. Like, he's physical. He's aggressive. He is competitive, and he's a good overall athlete. So I don't care if he only runs in the 4.5s or 4.6 or whatever the heck he runs, because my guy is just a football player. They won, Sean. That moved them to 51 consecutive victories for Westlake, which is another conversation because not only is Jaden that good, he's also that good playing against the best competition in high school football, 6A in the state of Texas, man. So always going to give a shout out to my guy, Jaden. Fantastic player. So let's talk about him, Sean. Give me your opinions of him. We talked about it a ton. And let's talk about how he could fit into this team next year because he's going to be an early enrollee for 2023, obviously.
I'll say this. I'm going to go a little bit off the board when it comes to Jaden Greathouse. I'm not about to talk about how fantastic of a route runner he is. I'm not about to talk about how his hands are fantastic and he catches the ball with his hands. I'm not going to talk about how good he is with the ball after the catch. I'm not going to talk about how good he is at 50-50 contested balls. I'm not going to talk about how physical he is on the inside. I'm not going to talk about how he still is able to get separation despite not having 4.4 speed. What I'm going to talk about is his attitude, the dog that he is, the competitive spirit he's going to bring to Notre Dame and bring to that wide receiver room. Coming from a winning tradition is invaluable. We can talk about all of the physical traits, but the most special thing that I think he's bringing to Notre Dame with him when he enrolls is that competitive spirit, that dog, and no excuses mentality. He's coming in as a winner. You don't have to talk to him about competing and winning. That's who he is. And he's infectious. And he's going to infect the other wide receivers in that room and raise their level of competitive fire. And when you get a guy like that, that's invaluable to a program because special guys like that only come along once every 2 or 3 years through your program. We possibly see it on the defensive side of the ball with a kid like Drake Bowen, how competitive he is, being on visits and working out on visits. Who does that? Who's on a visit to Notre Dame and chooses to work out at the Goog or at the facility before he goes back home? Kids that are bought in, kids that believe in the vision, and kids that want to win really, really bad. That's what you're getting. You can talk about everything else. I went through what I wasn't going to talk about and pointed out pretty much everything that he's great at from a physical standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing that I love the most is the extra that he's bringing.
Yes.
The things that you can't physically and tangibly see. That's what's going to be most effective to me within that program. Because we're talking about inconsistency right now. That's what we've been watching. A player like him is going to demand that stops.
Mm-hmm.
That's from his work ethic, his competitive spirit, and how he raises the level of everyone else around him. That's one of his greatest attributes, in my opinion. Because you saw it with him being frustrated with his boy being at Clemson. Right? He built pretty much his career in high school rocking with his boy who's now at a D1 school. And he had to get used to this new star. And it didn't go well. You didn't hear him complaining.
No.
Just went out, just dominated. If it was 3 catches, he dominated. If it was 2 catches, he dominated. And eventually they hit their stride.
Mm-hmm.
And you start to see the production.
And like you would expect, Sean, playing with Cade Klubnik, you're going to be more productive than not playing with Cade Klubnik, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, that's obvious. But to your points, and it's a great point, for the opportunities he gets, he dominates. He's showing right now that it wasn't about Cade Klubnik. It was about Cade Klubnik being great, but also Jaden Greathouse is also great. Like, that's just point blank, man. I think he's so underrated because one thing you said that I agree 100% is that right now, some things that this team is missing, in my opinion, is that they have hard workers. They have dogs on this team. I'm not saying they don't, right? But when a play needs to be made, when there's a guy that needs to step up and be like, fellas, I don't care what happened the play before, 10 plays before, beginning of the game, middle of the game. I don't care up until this point what happens because I'm going to make a play right now. I'm going to do it. I'm the guy. Like, you need a big play. You need a 3rd and 6. Hit me on an 8-yard in cut. Like, hit me. I'm going to make the play. Throw me the ball up in the red zone when the game is on the line. This is what I do. When you need me to flip field position, if you need to put me back at punt returner, put me back there. That's what I need to do. There is an attitude and a competitiveness to how Jaden Greathouse plays the game, which is so refreshing. So I think you said it perfectly, man. He's a ringleader. He's a competitor. He's a guy that's going to push the envelope and demand greatness, right? In order for an organization, right, a team, a program, in order for there to be greatness, someone needs to demand it, right? We know that Marcus Freeman's going to demand it. I think he is. I think he's going to demand that greatness. But also, there has to be a self-evaluation of yourself as a player to be like, I'm demanding it too, man. Yeah. Throw me the rock. Throw it to me. I'm going to do this right now, right? So, Jaden Greathouse. We're going to talk about him all the time, Sean. People are going to say, Tobias can't really get on the field that much. Why is Jaden going to be any different? Because I just think that, one, he's an early enrollee, which is going to help. 2, there's going to be needs at the wide receiver group. And Jaden's just that competitive kid where I think that I am going to be able to count on him early on. So, yeah, going to be fun. Going to be fun.
Look, like I said, we're about to witness some different things. You probably listened to us on Saturday, but you spoke about it. Brian spoke about it. The guys from the class of 22 just moved different than what we've seen.
Yep.
Like, we've seen a Jalen Smith come through, but it was always one. We've never seen it in multiples in classes, right? It's been a while. Mm-hmm. 22, you have multiple guys that just move different.
Yep.
It's a different level of athlete. 23, they just move different. We're talking about maybe 7, 8 guys in one class that they just move different. They're a different beast. And now you just start looking at what we have at the beginning of the 24 class, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cam Williams is different. He's just like his junior film is like, okay, he's different. CJ Carr, he's different, right? Brandon Davis Swain, he's different. And that's all you can say, man. We have heard for the longest time, and it's really irritated most of us, and I'm sure it's irritated some of the fan base. Notre Dame just doesn't have the talent.
Mm-hmm.
On top of that, Notre Dame just can't get the talent because of Notre Dame, their admissions and all of this. The 23 class spits right in the face of that. Spits right in the face of that. And the 24 class is doubling down on that. So I can tell you one thing that's changed for sure at Notre Dame. That's the level of recruiting.
Yes. Level of athleticism for these recruits for sure, Sean. And again, the one thing though is there's some competitive dudes in this year's class. Like we mentioned Drake Bowen. I just mentioned Jane Greathouse. Don Schuler is the same way, man. Like he's going to demand greatness out of people around him and of himself. So it's exciting, man. It really is. People are saying in the chat, Sean, this chat's wild, man. They said that I'm like look giddy or something like that. Am I glowing or something? Like I don't know what's happening to me.
You're normal. Are you kidding me? He's his normal, giddy, sarcastic self. Like this is Ryan Roberts.
Yeah, I think for people that have hung out with me, and me and Sean got a chance to hang out a little bit when we were in town at the same time. Like I'm just like a pleasant dude, I think, right? Like I'm not, just.
I think they're trying to goad us into like we know what you're trying to do. Yeah, like, it's okay.
Oh man, my guy Dan Mulligan. I got to pull this up, Sean. Yes, no, Dan, I am not pregnant. I don't think that's how that works. I learned in class at one point that that's not how that works. But I appreciate you, sir. It's funny. It's really funny. All right, so Sean, next guy who spent a lot of time in the first two, want to move over because we always try to give the big guys some love on this channel. Sullivan Absher, who's on that thread at boards.irishbreakdown.com, by the way, some of his senior film. Sean, he has been just a menace this year, man. Just an absolute menace, right? So he plays for South Point High School in North Carolina. They played Dudley, which is a good program in the state of North Carolina. They defeated them, Sean. You ready for the score? 74-41. They dropped 74 in a playoff game, man. Team ran, because they run a triple option, they ran 351 yards and 6 touchdowns, 7.5 yards a carry on only 47 carries, Sean. 7.5 yards a pop in a playoff game and 6 tutties. I feel like we don't talk enough about Sullivan Absher, man, but I watched the senior film. He's gotten bigger. He's got to be over 300 pounds now. Yeah. Has to be. And he is just a physical dude, man. Absolutely dominates people in the run game. I'm excited for Sullivan Absher to get on because he's another guy that brings a lot of attitude to the fields.
Yes, he does. Like he's almost a different person off the field than he is when he's on the field. But this is my question. I'm interested. Like when you talk about offensive linemen today and being ready to compete, how does this offensive line group, starting with Sullivan Absher, where do you think they sit physically as far as being able to get on campus and compete?
It's a good question. Because, Sean, it's a great point. It's something that I wanted to talk about a little bit, right? Mm-hmm. Charles Jagasaw, who we're not talking about today during this recap because he's not playing in the playoffs right now because of his team, right? So he's changed my opinion a lot on the offensive line recruiting because I remember when Elijah Page decommitted, I'm like, Notre Dame needs to find a true left tackle like they do. And then they start recruiting Christopher Terrick, who's committed to the University of Wisconsin. He's more of an interior lineman, right? Like he's going to play guard the next level. Be a good one, I think, too, wherever he ends up. But I'm like, where's the left tackle? And then I watched Charles Jagasaw's senior film. I'm like, oh, There's the left tackle. Because I thought he was a right tackle and maybe
Yeah.
best inside a guard. He looks so more controlled this year, man. So much more. And he's always had that physical profile, right?
Right.
So, I mean, he's going to be physically ready. He's going to be 6'6", 300 pounds, and athletic. So, like, those guys always have a shot, even though offensive linemen are usually more weight and develop type of thing. But there's going to be a couple of guard spots open next year, right? So why can't a Charles Jagasaw come in and compete early on? So he's one, I think. I believe you agree. I don't know if you agree or not, but so he's physically ready.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Sullivan Absher's a player that's physically is going to be ready. Like, he can compete, man. He can. I mean, he's 6'6", 6'7", 300 pounds, right around there. He is a physically impressive football player. Now, his biggest adjustment is going to be he plays in a triple option, right? So, like, pass blocking is not a thing for him right now. Like, pass blocking is just play action for him, right? Like, there's no true 45-degree sets. There's no true vertical sets. Like, he doesn't know how to pass protect right now. But physically, he can come in and he can play, like, for sure, in my opinion. I mean, I think that he's going to be able to get in the weight room, develop that way, but I think he could play. I think he could play early on. It's just his develops more from, like, they just don't ask him to do those things in high school right now. Like, you know what I mean? So that's where that ends.
When the class had Elijah Page, the one thing we loved was the fact, oh man, we literally have a starting unit. We have our two tackles, we have our two guards, and we have a guy that can play center. And that's what we're excited about. And then the defection of Elijah Page, you're like, okay, now, they want Christopher Terry. He's more of an interior guy. Now you watch the film, like you said, a Jagasaw, okay, we have a left tackle. But even more than that, I think you have guys in this class along the offensive line that can play multiple positions, which is even more valuable when you think about a guy like Emil Wagner, who's going to be in competition at left tackle. Some other guys that are in the class, Billy Schrouf, who's going to be involved on the inside. You're still going to have Zeke Carrell there on the inside. Jared Patterson's gone. Josh Love is gone. But you're going to have a lot of different guys, and Harry's going to have his moment to build his own Frankenstein of the offensive line, per se, like just to mix and match and to see which works better and getting guys involved and cross-training in multiple positions. And ultimately, what he comes up with going into the spring, I would be very interested, including the early enrollees. That's the one thing. I'm sorry, because CJ won't be getting there. He won't be enrolling early because he'll be going into wrestling season.
Gotcha.
He has to defend his wrestling championship, so CJ won't be coming until the summer.
That's Charles Jagasaw, just so people don't confuse him with TJ Carr.
But even with that, that's why I asked the point. Physically, this is an impressive offensive line group because physically they can come in and compete, right? And learn technique and get better. Perry's going to lay his hands on them, not in a spiritual sense. I'm sorry for people out there, but he's going to get his hands on them and start to mold them. But just the fact that physically you have a group that's physical and the tackles are athletic and versatile. Look, Harry is going to love getting all of these guys into their room. He's going to love it. And for me, I think a guy like Ty Chan, now, do you bump him inside? Because he's massive. He's a massive kid.
Sean, we saw him at the spring practice where I was just like, who's that dude, man? Like, he's a big kid. I'm like, yeesh. I didn't know who he was at that point because they just had the number on.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I looked up the roster. I'm like, oh, that's Ty Chan. Like, he's a big kid.
Yeah.
So, I mean, for you, Sean, like, I'll say this too, right? He's not like physically. Charles Jagasaw, I think, could compete early. Like, he can. Mm-hmm. Will he be able to, getting a starting spot and do it? Who knows? But physically, he could play. Yeah. Sullivan Absher could play physically. Who else could definitely play physically is Sam Pendleton. He might not have the highest ceiling, of the class, but physically, that dude is put together. He is strong as an ox. He can handle playing football right now on the college level. Like, he's that dude. Joe Otting's the only one right now. He needs development. Like, he's 270 pounds, like he's he needs the Ashton Craig treatment where you red shirts, put on weights, do all that type of stuff. And that's no shame. I mean, most offensive linemen don't play as freshmen because that is it. It's not an easy transition. It's not. So that's the only guy. But I do think that's going to be interesting watching the guard conversation next year. We'll talk obviously more about this in the offseason a ton, but you're losing Jared Patterson. You're losing Josh Lugg. You have guys on the roster right now that you like Billy Stroud, for instance. And, you know, we'll see Rocco Spindler and those types of guys. We'll see how it kind of fills out. But again, I mean, if a Charles Jagasaw, you know, it's a little different since he's not going to be here in the spring. But, like, if he's good enough to play early on, there might be a spot. Like, we'll see what happens. So, going to be interesting, man. But I just wanted to throw a shout-out to Sullivan Absher for his team's accomplishment this week and talk a little bit about his senior film because he really has looked fantastic, gotten a lot bigger, filled out. Another guy, Sean, that has filled out a ton. So this is a little bit of a weird one. Mm-hmm. So in this piece, this is about, you know, playoff teams.
Yeah.
So Owen Wafel, who's at the Hun School here in Jersey, about 30 minutes from me, goes to Princeton, out of Princeton, New Jersey, the Hun School. They played Wyoming Seminary Prep this past week, and they won 54-20, Sean. So I did not know this, but I actually have a buddy that coaches there. They are like a weird private school, so like they don't have playoffs or anything. They just play like a regular season slate. So their season's over, right? Yeah. And I wanted to talk about this one because not only did Owen Wafel have a great game in this game, 54-20, he had 8 more tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 2 sacks on the season. Sean put together this in 9 games, 64 tackles, playing D tackle, by the way, 64 tackles, 24 tackles for loss, 10 sacks, 7 quarterback hurries, and 3 forced fumbles. Playing 3 tech, folks. Playing 3 tech.
Yeah.
And he's a kid, Sean, for me, when he committed to Notre Dame, he's about 6'2". He's listed at 6'3", but like he's about 6'2", and he was probably like 255, 260 last season. Now he is like a legit 270. And if you see him, he is physically put together. Yeah. So playmaking knows at the next level? Could be. I just wanted to shout this one out, though, and start this conversation because his film's been fantastic this year. Mm-hmm. I now see why Notre Dame wanted him earlier than maybe we would have taken him at first. Yeah. And he put together a dynamic junior campaign for Hun School.
Look, when he first got the offer, I think we did a show together. And we were like, yo, I think this kid is going to show something in his junior year. We said it. And then he went out there and he put the film out there. And I remember you talking to me offline like, yo, we're talking about everybody else, but we need to be talking about this kid. Now, I'm interested, does he turn into like Riley Mills, where he's able to play multiple positions? Or does he go inside and become a playmaking 3, you know, on the interior? That, I'll be interested to see once Matt Balis gets him into the program to see what they forecast him as an athlete. But look, we've heard it's the same thing. I think talking to Brian offline, most people just overlooked a kid like Donovan Heinisch. But everything we hear about him, about what he's doing in practice, like, yo, this kid, he's going to make plays. Look out for him. And I think that's going to be on Wafel's, you know, track. Yep. Like, he's going to be overlooked. And then once they get into school, you're going to realize, oh, yeah, this dude, yeah, he can play. Like, this dude's a stud. I saw somebody in the chat say, yeah, that dude is a unit. You're right. He's physically, man. He might be, is he the equal physically to like Brennan Vernon?
Well, I mean, Brennan's a lot longer and it's a different body type. So it's a tough. You know, he reminds me of, Sean, physically. I think that what Owen Wafel is ultimately going to be is a more athletic version of Kurt Heinisch. That's what I see, right? Like a more penetration style nose Kurt Heinisch. And if you remember Kurt was put together, man. Like he had a barrel chest, you know what I mean? Like he was pumping up the iron a little bit on the bench press, man. Like that's what I see though. Is I see Kurt Heinisch with more athletic upside in Owen Wafel. That's what I see.
Which we remember being there at the pro day, and Kurt was probably one of the most impressive performances to us, because we were like, okay, he ran faster than we thought. He definitely threw the 225 up.
He ran, sorry to cut you off, but he ran sub 5 seconds in the 40 at 300 plus pounds, man. Like he was moving. He was moving.
And I remember we both looked at each other like, okay. And then you see what he's doing with the Texans, and it's like, okay. Like, yeah, but he was invaluable. All Wayful guys like that, just put a C on their chest in the future. You can just see it. Like, just put a C on their chest in the future, man. Motor, nonstop, makes plays, able to get in the cracks, very smart, leverage. Like you said, 3 technique might be get upfield. 3 technique might be his thing once he gets to Notre Dame. I was just wondering, because, when I think about guys that are well put together, I think about Brennan Vernon in this class, and he, in my opinion, is right along there. But like you said, Brennan Vernon is a little bit longer, probably a different body type, a lot wider in a sense. Yes. So, yeah, I get that.
Wider shoulders.
Yeah.
Like that's Brennan, right? Like Brennan's just defensive end. Like that's what that's what his body type is right now. So, but Owen Wayful, much better player than I originally anticipated. Really had a nice junior year. I'm excited to see what he brings, because he's a younger kid for his age, for his grade.
Yeah.
So could he take another big jump as a senior? Does he maybe grow an inch or two, get a little bit longer? Like I think all those things are on the table. So it's really interesting to see. So last guy I wanted to talk about, Sean, because again, we're expecting breaking news here anytime soon here. But on my last player that I want to talk about, Sean, who we talk about every single week and in a very good way, is Drake Bowen, linebacker out of Andrean. They defeated Lafayette Central Catholic 30-12 this past weekend, Sean. And man, it's hard to imagine Drake Bowen having a better playoff run than what he's having right now, man. Because, hey, he could sit on his defensive stats and you'd be like, Drake balled, right? I mean, he had 10 tackles in this football game, had a tackle for loss. He had 2 interceptions, including one of the best interceptions that you'll see all season, man. Just a crazy snag. I saw all the other Notre Dame recruits like Cam Williams talking it up. I mean, it was an incredible interception. So you're like 10 tackles, 2 interceptions, like baller, man, in a win. Awesome. Yeah. What you don't know is that, well, everybody in the chat does because they follow along with us, but what most people don't know is that Drake Bowen's also a dynamic running back at his level, man. 227 yards and 2 touchdowns on only 25 carries, Sean. About 9 yards a pop on the night for Drake Bowen. I believe that now is his 3rd straight game of over 200-plus rushing yards. Like, he's been on a tear in these playoffs, at least in the last 2 games. On the season, Drake has 125 tackles, 13 tackles for loss. He's got those 2 interceptions. He's got 3 sacks, 4 pass breakups, and 3 forced fumbles. Oh, not to mention over 1,300 yards, 1,331 yards, 21 touchdowns. Also averages 7.3 yards per carry. Yeah. Also has 9 catches for over 216 yards, over 20 yards a catch, and 3 more scores. My guy, Sean, we talked about the competitor that he is, right? The recruiter that he is. But I think people lose sight of the fact that Drake Bowen's a great football player. Like, this is a top 50 level player nationally, in my opinion, and a couple of recruiting services opinions, right? Like, Drake Bowen's a dynamic player. We'll talk about guys that might have a C on their chest eventually. That might be Drake. Like, he's that type of dude.
Oh, absolutely. And this is some people, because he's such a quiet kid, but if you catch him around the recruits, his personality comes out. And you see why he is like comfortable leading the way as one of the lead recruiters. Like, once he gets around his guys, you see a totally different side of him. And, I'm blessed to just be able to, have a relationship with him that, we spent the summer talking back and forth when he was traveling, playing baseball, and just talking about approach. And he was struggling, and we were talking about when he was struggling to hit the curveball, what to do, adjustments, what I did. And in talking about that, I came to realize just how great he's funny, bro. Like he'll crack a joke on you in a second, right? So they post a clip from Saturday, and Cam Williams retweets it. And it's like, no, Christian Gray retweets it and says, "Oh, this is what we're doing." The one-handed interception he had, and so I retweet and respond to Christian and say, he just out there acting like he don't have no home training, like he doesn't know how to act on the visitors football field, and everybody got a kick out of it. And so Sunday, I'm talking to him, and I said, next year you're going to have a new position. And he was like, "What?" I was like, "You're going to be the scout team fullback for Navy." And he bust up laughing, right? So it's just funny stuff. Like he has a great sense of humor, which kind of like goes unknown. A lot of people don't know. But once you get him to feel comfortable, and you definitely see it, if you go to any home game and you watch the recruits as they're around each other, there's always one person at the front of the picture. Yep. Always. And it's Drake Bowen. Every single time you see the picture, Drake's right there, and everybody's just amassed around him. And he's just that kid. He's a great all-around kid. And like you said, I got to watch his athleticism when it was being doubted and when he was dropping in the rankings. I go and watch this kid on the baseball field. This kid walks, steals second, steals third. And I'm sitting up here like, they're doubting his speed? He's playing third base.
It's a lazy narrative, man. It's such a
ball,
lazy narrative.
Air hand, running towards the plate, throwing across his body, nailing the guy at first. And I'm like, he's stiff. I'm like, really? And I'm getting to watch it in a totally different form. So I don't buy into it. And now, they had national people at his game on Friday. Why? Because they have to correct things. And they have to get it right. Because they know. Like, they had no reason to drop him at all.
Yeah.
But now they're trying to correct things. It's just crazy, man. He's a great leader. He's going to win I predict he's going to win another state championship because they're going to dominate everybody. And that just goes to the fact that they were willing to step out early as a program and play teams in 5A. They played Maryville, one of the top teams in the state. And then they came here and played Crete, one of the top teams in Illinois that made it to the semifinals in the state playoffs. And so they're battle tested. He's battle tested. He's played well every game against the best competition. So whether it's running back, linebacker, he is an all-world athlete, and he's even more special as a young man, as a person. So that's what Notre Dame is getting.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Man, could you, Sean, I never even thought about that, man, but he would be, could you imagine Navy with him as their dive back, as their fullback? That'd be fantastic.
Of course, you know what he said. He was like, "I'll do it." And I'm like, "I know you.
I know he would. I know he would.
I don't think we really want you to do it, but
who's going to be his best friend is Brian Mason. You imagine all the things that he's going to ask Drake Bowen to do on special teams, man. Like he's going to be like kick return, kick coverage, punt return, punts, everything. Like that's going to be Drake Bowen, man.
Who's going to love him more, Mace or Bayless?
Man, that's a good question. Because
he's a workout warrior now.
Yeah, and the crazy part about it is that Drake's 226 pounds, but he could still get even bigger, man. Like he could be 240 easy. Yeah. Like he's going to be, man. Yep, it's going to be.
So for you,
what's that?
Would you bring him off the corner because they blitz him off the corner a lot? And then would you keep him inside?
So it's funny, when I had my conversation with him, he even talked a little bit about that, Sean. He said that Notre Dame has kind of said, like, hey, you're probably going to start at will early on, but you could play Rover, you could play Mike, you could even play Viper. So, I mean, I think the answer for me is that I would use him everywhere. Like Drake Bowen would be like my chess piece on defense on the second level. Like he's blitzing off the edge, he's blitzing A and B gap, he's playing in coverage, he's doing everything. Like I just think that long term, because the thing about him is that he's such a smart kid too, right? Like there's some kids where you're just like, I want to keep everything super simple with that kid. I don't want to ask him to do too much because it's just overload. I don't think you can overload Drake Bowen. Like, I think that he's a kid that would just get it eventually, you know? So, man, it's going to be It's going to be wild, man. It's going to be wild. Because we just talked about the offense a little bit ago, right? Oh, the speed that's coming to the offensive side of the football.
Yeah.
Notre Dame's getting a lot of athleticism in certain spots of this defense as well. And I know we talked about Ben Minich earlier, Sean. Like, I didn't highlight him in the piece this week, but I don't know if you agree with this. I would love your take because I know we talked about him a little bit earlier about the speed aspect of him, but I'll be very honest, be very frank with people, right? When Ben Minich committed to Notre Dame, I was kind of like, okay, all right, like depth piece, special teamer, cool. He looks like a completely different player this year, man. Yeah. I was just talking to Brian on the phone before we got on, and I think there's a legitimate conversation. Malik Hartford is the other safety on the next side of him. I think there's a legit conversation of like who's the more dynamic football player, Ben Minich or Malik Hartford. Malik Hartford's definitely bigger, definitely more physical, downhill dude. Yeah. But when you talk about how Minich could affect the football game, I mean, he could play single high. He could play in the slot a little bit. He's definitely going to play special teams. Like, who's a more valuable football player to a team? I think that's a conversation that we can have.
Yeah. Ben Minich is like the B-side to that single that's played on the radio. You know, you play the single on the radio and everybody knows it because they hear it. But if you just happen to go buy the album and listen to the B-side, you end up playing the B-side more than you play the single. That's Ben Minich. Like, the more you watch his film, you're like, you know what? I think I like this kid more than Hartford. Or I might like this kid more. I'm not saying that I wouldn't take Hartford. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying you start to build up an appreciation for the kid because you see he's a little bit more than what you thought. Like, I don't, because most people might use stuff like filler, throw in to the class just to add numbers and depth. That's not who he is. That's not who he is. He's much better than that. And I think we were talking, and I was like, I can see him coming in and possibly from a special teams, and then later on have a similar impact. He's not the same size, weight, or anything like that.
Right.
But a Drew Tranquil type impact. Late addition to the class, you know, committed elsewhere. Mm-hmm. Not like Ben Minich was, but just, you know, when you got him, you knew he was solid, but you didn't know he would come in and do what he did early on. And I think Ben Minich is going to come in. I think he's going to surprise a lot of people. Yeah. You talk about Mason loving Drake Bowen. I think he's going to love Ben Minich too.
Brian Mason's going to have a lot of friends in this freshman class.
That's what we said earlier, right? Like, if he's doing what he's doing with the talent he has now, which is good talent, we're not saying he doesn't have talent. Wait until he adds on to that with the 23 class. Because at that point, like we said, all of the excuses that have been put out there, Notre Dame can't recruit elite talent. They can't get elite athletes to come to Notre Dame. That's over. That's over with this 23 class. And they're doubling down on that with the 24 class. So, look, I love this kid. I don't know if it was a conversation with Brian or you, but we were talking about, I know he plays next to Malik Hartford, but was he overlooked for a long time because he played next to Malik Hartford? Because Hartford was deemed as being so good, 5-star.
Alpha, yeah. Right.
You know, the people just assume that, he probably looks good because he's playing next to him.
Sure.
And discrediting him for just not. He's a really good player.
I think there's validity to that, Sean. I mean, getting underrated because you're next to a guy that is 6'2", 200, like, dude, right? Like, Malik Hartford's a dude. He's going to Ohio State for a reason. He's a guy. He's a dude. But I think that there is some underratedness that does happen when you're sitting next to a guy like that. Because the one thing about Ben is that Ben is, 5'11", 185 pounds. Not like, he's talented, but he's not Malik Hartford talented physically, right? Like, he's not that guy. But I also think the other thing is off the junior film, I didn't quite see the speed that he's rumored to have, right? Like that track speed. Senior film, is different. Like
Yeah.
I see the speed now. I'm like, oh, okay, he can move. He can move like he was rumored to move. Like he can move in that degree. So, yeah, him, Braylon James, Adon Schuler, Drake Bowen. They're going to be Micah Bell, Peyton Bowen. Those are going to be some of Brian Mason's best friends. Preston Zinter. Like you can just keep going and going and going. The coverage unit's going to be a little different over the next couple of years for Notre Dame. There's just a lot of speed coming to that area, which is.
And it's not just that Minich's speed shows up on film this senior season. It shows up against really good competition. You know what I'm saying? They play good competition in the state of Ohio. If I'm not mistaken, they're getting ready to play for either in the semifinals of state coming up. Maybe semifinals was last week. But they're coming to the end with a chance to win another state championship. So
yep.
He's battle tested. He's a kid from a winning program. He's a winner. That's the one thing you can say about this class, right? They have winners in this program that can transform your program outside of what they can do physically because they raise the expectation. We talked about this entire 23 class. They expect to be the difference in this program. They expect that. Like coming in, they expect we're the class that is going to get things over the top. Now, they have to go out and prove that, but that's their expectation. And a kid like Ben Minich falls right in line with that. He falls right in line with that. You know, we talked about Jaden Greathouse. We can talk about all of his physical attributes and what he does on the field. He's a dog. His mentality is going to raise the level of that entire wide receiver room. It just is. And we said it. Maybe I would love if when Brian jumps in, I would love to ask the question, like, when was the last time Notre Dame had a guy? I probably know the answer. When was the last time Notre Dame had a guy on offense that defenses had to point to every snap? And I think
Will Fuller, maybe.
That Will Fuller. That was the last one.
Chase Claypool 2019.
Okay.
Second half of the year, more so. Like he wasn't like that, but you go look at what Chase did the second half of the year. He was a monster. And being at every game that year, I mean, you'd see it. Teams were built their entire game plans around him. I mean, you can smirk at it, but I mean, I was at every game, and teams absolutely built their defenses around trying to stop Chase Claypool that year, and they couldn't. I mean, they still couldn't. And I mean, but that was for a half a season. I mean, it wasn't the case the first half of the season. That didn't start happening until later in the year. Before that, it was Will Fuller, and before that, it was Michael Floyd. Well, Tyler Eifert in 2012 and the Michael Floyd.
Right.
But I mean, you go look at Chase Claypool. You know, Louisville game he was good. New Mexico game he was good. Georgia, Virginia, Bowling Green, USC, Michigan. But then Virginia Tech he goes for 8 for 118, 5 for 97 against Duke, 7 for 117 for 4 touchdowns against Navy, 7 for 60 against Boston College, and he's part of the reason Braden Lindsey was running a jet sweep for 60 yards because BC was so worried about Chase Claypool they forgot to have to defend Braden Lindsey. Goes for 3 for 63 for 2 touchdowns against Stanford. Doesn't play the second half because you remember they were blowing them out. And then he goes for 7 for 146 against Iowa State. So that's
even if you don't think one of the freshmen will be that guy, we fully expect Tobias to be that guy. We hope he's that guy next year.
Yeah.
That team say, okay, where is he lined up?
I think the thing for me, guys, is what makes Ohio State hard to defend. What made Oklahoma harder to defend when they were rolling. You know, Ryan, I think what made the Clemson offense so difficult in 2018 is you could try to take a guy out, but fine. Okay, take T. Higgins out. Okay, Justin Ross is going to go for 5 for $120, and Hunter Renfrow is going to catch 9 passes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's kind of where you want to be because like to truly have an elite offense, I think you'd need more than just one great player. You know, like as good as Chris Brown and Amir Carlisle were as complementary players, if you could take Will Fuller out of the game, that offense wasn't quite the same. And we saw that with Ohio State in the Fiesta Bowl. You know, they were able to kind of limit Will Fuller's effectiveness until late in the game when it was like 38-20, right?
Right.
something like that, 38-21 or something like that. And the other guys just weren't good enough to take a game over. You want to get to the point where, okay, you want to take Tobias out? Y'all realize you just opened up an opportunity for Jaden Greathouse to catch like 9 passes. And Braylon James is going to catch 3 for 90. You know what I mean? Because you're going to take the top off. And I think that's the thing about this receiver class that is so important is, it's Ryan, it's not one great player and a bunch of complimentary guys. It's multiple guys that bring dynamic ability in different form. Jaden Greathouse, it's as a volume pass catcher. Braylon James, it's height, speed. Dylan Edwards, he touches the ball anywhere on the field, and you got to be like, you hold your breath for a minute. Same thing with Jeremiah Love. That's really where you want to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right. Jeremiah is probably going to be one of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Heck, it might be 6 or 7. How many did we count 6 or 7, Ryan?
It was like 6 or 7, yeah.
Guys in this class that can end up being guys you have to identify when they step on the field. That's an incredible amount of talent.
How often do you have a year where a guy like Peyton Bowen is your 3rd fastest guy in a class?
Well, Brian, we were even talking about Jeremiah Love because we were trying to figure out where he would be in this class, and I'm like, he might be 5, but he also might be 7. But it's just wild, man. It's wild because you go like Micah Bell, Dylan Edwards, Peyton Bowen, Christian Gray.
Yeah.
Then there's like a cluster of Braylon James, Jeremiah Love, maybe Ben Minich, maybe Jane Lamar. Like there's some guys that are kind of eke into that conversation where you're like, wow, that's pretty crazy level of speed coming in one class.
Yeah.
So guys, I want to update people on kind of what's going on too. We're still waiting on this news to break. We were told it's going to be around 2:00. I was given the okay to say that we are expecting a quarterback to decommit from a school. And then that quarterback will be setting up a visit to come to Notre Dame this weekend. So we were given that okay to say that. We're just not going to say the name yet until we're given the okay. And even then, we probably won't because it's the kids' moment, not ours. I know there's a lot of people out there right now trying to put names out because it's more important for them to somehow gain Twitter likes and clicks than it is to allow a kid have his moment. But we're not going to do that. I'm also going to block people that are trying to throw names out there or put what other people say. Let's just let the kid have his moment. But I'll say this, guys, you all know, these two guys know what's going on. It's a quarterback that I'm very happy about and very excited about. I am going to say that. It's a kid that I've liked for a while. And I think it's going to be a good one. So we're going to just kind of keep rolling along with our show for now. And when that time comes, if that announcement is in fact made, again, we're now 24 minutes past the hour and still nothing. I just checked in. There's been no second thoughts. The decision has already been made. He has already told the other school he is decommitting and visiting Notre Dame. It's just whether or not he's going to announce it publicly or not when he said he was going to. So that's what we're waiting on. But as soon as that happens, fellas, we'll let everybody know. But I called Sean and told him last night. So Brian was about like Tuesday, I think is when I first was made aware of this, and then eventually let Ryan know, and then let Sean know last night, and because we heard it from our sources around the Notre Dame program, we were informed of it by sources around the program where the young man is currently committed. And then I have a friend who's connected in the area where this kid plays high school football. I'm trying to say all this without giving it away. Who's connected in the area where the kid plays high school football. And he called me last night to confirm it as well. So, that's kind of when we decided, okay, let's put our dancing gifts out because, we try to get as much confirmation as possible, not just taking one person. So, we'll let this young man, kind of break it. And I'm just texting here. All right, just making sure. So yeah, we're still waiting, but yeah. So we were given the okay to say that this is kind of what's going on and give some people an idea of kind of what we're waiting on. But I'm excited about it. It's a to me, it's a heck of a player, and I can't wait. And it's an interesting backstory too. So I'm not trying to be a tease, but I just want to let people know we're not dragging this out on purpose. We're just waiting on the young man to get his stuff out. So, and I'm serious, like just stop guessing, or I'm gonna just, yeah. Somebody said I'm gonna use my eligibility. I'd be about good 2 throws before my shoulder would fall off. And then somebody on the board, guys, this was great. Somebody on the board said, joked about it's me using my final year of eligibility, and somebody said, "Don't we have enough 6-foot quarterbacks?" I was sad and laughed all at the same time. So,
I thought it was great when someone said, "Breaking news: Driscoll's about to become the offensive analyst."
I know, right? Yeah. No, I like my job. I like my job. Somebody asked if this is the only visit the young man plans to take. Yes. Let's just say when the decision is made, it was made with the intention that there would be I say this all the time. Normally when kids decommit, they have a school in mind.
Yeah.
Yes.
And our understanding is that's what's happening here. So, so that's where we are with that. So,
I think a good way to take this conversation then, while we wait for the breaking news, is to conclude the recruiting side of this conversation. Because Sean, I know we want to talk about some games from this past weekend, right?
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, we've talked enough about Notre Dame eking out a win against Navy, where the second half was less than ideal. So let's talk about some other colorful games from this weekend, Sean. But before we do that, if you could please hit that like button, share this podcast, hit that notification bell. We almost have 1,300 people in here. We appreciate the support as always, but help us out a little bit, Reviews, 5-star reviews on your favorite podcast platform, right? We'll love that as well. Sign up for boards.irishbreakdown.com. Another great tidbit. And Brian, I was telling him, you would have known about this incoming news yesterday on the board if you would have been signed
to a
up
degree.
then.
Yeah. You'd have known that we were excited that something was happening.
100%. And we keep everyone very well informed on the board. So, stuff is happening when stuff is coming. So make sure you sign up at boards.irishbreakdown.com. Sean, a game that has Notre Dame implications from a full schedule perspective. Notre Dame is still the only team so far this season to defeat North Carolina, who now sits with only 1 loss on the season.
Mm-hmm.
They just took down Wake Forest. The score was 36-34. If you watch that game, though, North Carolina was up for the majority of that. I mean, they were up like front running. Yes, like by multiple scores for a lot of this football game. Drake May, I put a tweet out the other day, Sean, and I truly believe this. I do. Drake May, I think, right now is playing as well as any quarterback in college football. Like, everyone loves Caleb Williams. I get it. Bryce Young is a winner. He has a proven track record, great resume. Drake May is playing some insane football right now, Sean. So your thoughts about this 36-34 victory? I think this is just kind of an ascension game for Drake May for me, where I'm just like, yep, he's that dude.
I have, since the Notre Dame game, I've been impressed by how Mac Brown has gotten his guys to improve as a team. Defense is still not, they still have their holes. They still struggle. That is, without question, going to continue, and I think they'll get better in the offseason. And his recruiting continues to improve each and every year. But with that being said, when you have someone like Drake May driving the bus, it just takes so much pressure off of the rest of the team, because you're in every ball game. Like, you are in every ball game. And you have bad days like they had. They just faced, in my opinion, they faced a team with more talent that played really good football when they faced Notre Dame. They called Notre Dame
as Clemson learned, when Notre Dame plays their game, you're not beating them.
Yes. They called Notre Dame on the wrong day. They could face Notre Dame another day and possibly beat Notre Dame. They possibly could. But I've been impressed, because what impressed me the most is they got some stops late in that game defensively. That was like, okay, this is a team win. We know Drake May is he's going to be in New York, or he should be in New York.
If better be. I mean, I haven't felt the Heisman Trophy was overly relevant in a while. If Drake May is not in it now, it's a useless award. And here's my thing, Sean. Is he necessarily the best quarterback in college football? It's debatable. I mean, I think he's in the conversation for how he's playing. I mean, if you take out like NFL draft prospect, whatever, but like there's not a team in the country that relies as much on their quarterback as they rely on him. He's their leading rusher.
Yeah.
He throws a ton of yards. His supporting cast is good, but it's not what it was 2 years ago when they had 2,000-yard running backs and De'Ami Brown and Josh Downs couldn't even get on the field for this offense 2 years ago. He had like 7 catches, and the offensive line's not very good.
No.
And he just puts this team on his shoulders. And I mean, he's just out dueling quarterbacks week after week. They fall behind and he leads them back. I mean, they were getting beat by Pitt early, and he leads them back and end up blowing them out. I mean, he's just a gamer. And then, like the Miami game, he makes 2 bad picks in that game, and then but battles back in the second half and leads them to a victory on the road. Kicking ball, Sean. And if you put him on if you put it like this, if you put him on Ohio State's roster or Alabama's roster, with all due respect to those quarterbacks, I mean, we're having a different conversation about him from a perception standpoint. I'm not saying he's better than them. I'm just saying like the conversation would be different if he had their jersey on. And that's kind of the frustrating about it is I don't care if his team is good or not. That kid to me is the most dynamic player in college football right now. And he has to be the entire offense. If he doesn't ball out every single game, they don't win. I mean, they just don't.
Yeah.
I mean, and did you guys, no one's going to talk about this because it's Duke, North Carolina, but did anybody see what that kid did at the end of the Duke, North Carolina game? Leading them back, throwing a touchdown pass, like 10 seconds left?
Yeah.
Kid's a heck of a player, man. Heck of a player. Before you Notre Dame fans get too excited, that's a North Carolina legacy. A kid's not going in the portal to come to Notre Dame next year. Why would you?
No.
You know what I mean? So, yeah.
And can we also talk, Sean, can we also talk about this? As after I put that take up, someone commented on my tweet and was like, but would he be anything without Josh Downs? And I'm like, buddy, he literally played multiple games without Josh Downs and was balling out. It wasn't like,
well, that's from people who don't actually watch these teams play. That's kind of what that happens. Because let's see, Josh Downs missed 2 games, and he was very limited against Notre Dame. In the 2 games that Josh Downs missed, Drake May passed for 352 yards and 4 touchdowns, and then rushed for 76 yards and another touchdown against App State. Then the next week completes 79.2% of his passes for 284 yards and 2 touchdowns, and then rushes for 15 yards in a win over Georgia State. That's what he did without Josh Downs. So, yeah, his numbers are identical with Josh. Now, are they a better team with Josh Downs healthy? Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Which is why you see them winning every week because he has a supporting cast. But, like, you're going to say that and then say, I mean, have you seen some of the stupid catches that Marvin Harrison Jr. has made this year?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, C.J. Stroud's a great player, but you're even better when you can just throw it up and just know that dude's going to go make a play. So, I mean, that's true for everybody. I mean, I will say, except for Bryce Young. He has not got the same support from his supporting cast that those other 2 kids have had. And he's been banged up.
Yeah. Could you imagine?
But yes.
Could you imagine a Bryce Young if he had a Marvin Harrison right now or had a Josh Downs on his offense? Like make things a lot easier than what it is.
Be undefeated.
Yeah.
They would be undefeated.
They're not far from being undefeated. Even with Bill O'Brien and Pete Golding calling plays for the offense and defense.
Right? Like Bill O'Brien was 2 injuries away from winning a national championship as a coordinator. If the wide receivers don't get hurt, they probably beat Georgia again.
Yeah.
More than likely.
Yeah.
Good chance of it. So, but yeah, Drake May is low. I think the last game he led them in rush attempts and yardage.
Yeah, that's been a lot. I mean, he's their leading rusher by quite a bit, but he was their leading rusher by like 120 yards or 130 yards going into last week's game, Sean.
Yeah.
He is now their leading rusher by 226 yards. He's got 133 rushing attempts for 584 yards. I mean, that's
wild.
It's wild. In 10 games, he's completed 70.1% of his passes for 3,412 yards, 34 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. in 10 games. And I believe he threw 2 picks in 1 game. Yes, Miami. We talked about that earlier.
Yep.
So, yeah, he's pretty good, which also speaks volumes to how well Notre Dame defended him, because a lot of his yards came when that game was no longer in doubt. So they're the only team that's been able to contain him at all this year.
And if I'm not mistaken, Josh Downs is not, I think, yards per reception. I think Antoine Green has better average than Josh Downs. So he's probably the explosive guy in their receiving core.
They have a lot of guys. They have a lot of guys that are like that, Sean. Antoine Green's over 20, J.J. Jones over 20, the tight ends at 14-9. Part of that is because Josh Downs gets a lot of that little quick stuff, the little 2-yard stuff behind the lines. And he'll have 3-yard gains, 2-yard gains, and then bam, 50.
He's the slot guy. Yeah. He's a multi-level threat.
Right. Yeah. But he's got 11 touchdowns. I mean, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different receivers have at least 3 receiving touchdowns this year. 2 tight ends, 3 receivers. That's impressive. That's impressive. And J.J. Jones would have at least 2 more if he could catch. I've seen that kid drop several touchdowns this year. I mean, just, so it speaks volumes. But that was a heck of a game, though. And Wake Forest just isn't the same. They have not recovered from this third quarter of Louisville.
No. I was honestly surprised. I mean, not surprised, probably not the best word, because North Carolina's defense isn't very good, Sean. We've talked about that a ton on this show in the past. So I'm not surprised that Wake Forest was able to mount a comeback, right? Try to get back into the football game. But I will say, Sam Hartman is struggling right now, man. He had the last couple weeks anyway. He ends up, having a decent day in this game, and they kind of came back a little bit. But I agree, Brian. Like, I just think that this team is just
he was missing throw. He's never been a super accurate guy, Ryan. Sam Hartman. He's never been like super accurate, but they were missing throws and just like, you're just not used to seeing that. I just don't think they've meant, because I really think this team thought they had a chance to be ACC champs this year. They made the ACC title game last year. They got everybody coming back. Sam Hartman misses some time early with, the issues he had, which were, interesting, but looked like they had finally kind of got rolling, and they just haven't recovered from that Louisville game. Speaking of Louisville, Scott Satterfield. I don't know why I want to keep calling him Kenny Satterfield. This dude, what is wrong?
That's a pretty good point, though.
Yes, he is. But I don't know why I keep bringing him up. Scott Satterfield learned a very valuable lesson. Don't poke the bear.
Yeah.
Because it was not as close as 31-16. You know what I mean? So, yeah. He's pretty good. Clemson's a pretty good football team, right?
They are.
And Dabo's a pretty good football coach, and he got them to bounce back, and they smacked Louisville around pretty good.
But Brian, I heard Clemson is the most overrated team of all time. That's why Notre Dame beat them. So
that's what you got to go talk to Joe about that one.
That's not me. I have talked to Joe about that one. Trust me. Yeah. Sean, let's move on though. Let's move on to the next game. This one was a weird one, a very weird game in my opinion. So TCU, Texas, right? Yeah. Go into this football game. I'm like, there's going to be some points scored in this game, right? Yeah. Texas has some guys. We talked about Bijan Robinson in the past. We talked about Xavier Worthy. Jatavion Sanders is a really talented tight end. Quinn Ewers is a certainly talented thrower of the football. And they're facing off against a TCU team they've been scoring 30 plus every single week. I mean, Quentin Johnston, Max Duggan, Kendre Miller, Tay Barber, Devarius Davis. They have some dudes, and they have some really nice skill position players. Sean, 17-10, TCU beats Texas. And look, man, I'm not trying to throw too much shade at Quinn Ewers. I'm not trying to, but he looked awful in that game, man. Like very, very poor. Very bad. I was just first and foremost surprised that we saw 27 points with two of the more talented offenses in college football in terms of skill position talents. Like it was wild, man. Just a little wild.
Sean, he forgot to mention that the only Texas touchdown was on defense.
It was.
Yeah.
It was.
No, and that's because of two guys that I didn't know much about, but I found out very early in the first quarter, like, okay, that's Terrell Cooper and Dylan Houston, D lineman for TCU. They were mishandling the young offensive line for Texas all night long.
But on the other side too, Sean, Texas's defensive line was getting after it against TCU
They were.
as well.
They
were
were.
after it.
And
Yeah.
I think they showed some cracks in that TCU offense that can be used going into the conference championship game possibly. But Quinn Ewers hasn't been right since he got back from injury.
No.
But I think he's still going to be a really solid quarterback. And if not, they got Arch Manning. I mean, so Sark is he's sitting pretty good right now at the quarterback position. But in the trenches, man, that young offensive line is just they're learning and they're going to be better for it. They're going to be so much better for it next year. And then they'll get better in the third year. And they'll be there, either with Arch or Quinn behind them. So that Texas program, I think, moving forward is going to be okay. But it's been a fantastic coaching job by Sonny Dykes. Because I don't think anybody saw this coming from TCU. Nobody. Like, he's definitely up there for Coach of the Year as a candidate.
Sean, it's the same exact roster. It's the same exact roster, except they lost two of their best players in the offseason. Like, you had Zach Evans transferring out, ends up at Ole Miss. Defensively, you have O'Shawn Mathis, your best pass rusher last year, that ends up in Nebraska. This is literally the same exact roster minus two of your best players from 2021. And yet the improvements they made is just miraculous. I mean, for being honest, like, it is absurd what the improvements that TCU has made in just one offseason.
And like you said, people here in Chicago are clamoring for Quentin Johnson, right? Because they need a wide receiver.
Oh, is that who they want?
I hear it all day on sports radio. That kid from TCU, they don't know his name. They just always say the kid from TCU. We need the tall kid, the big kid from TCU.
So Max Duggan, he's going to play wide receiver. Yeah,
exactly. and I hear that, and I say to myself, I haven't seen enough. I've seen him be a big play guy this year, but usually when I go get receivers, like in the first 10 picks of the draft, I want production for multiple years, right? Mm-hmm. I just don't know, because I think TCU has a really good chance of sneaking into the CFP. I really do.
Think so.
I really do.
Did you say TCU does?
Yeah.
At this point in time, I wouldn't call it sneaking in. I think they're going to kick the dang door down.
Yeah, if they win, I think they have a good. I think they have a good chance of winning out. I really do. At this point, I really do. So,
John, do you know if the season ended today, you know who they would play in the Big 12 championship game?
Was it Baylor?
Kansas State.
Oh, you're right. Because they're in Baylor. Yeah, they're the same division.
I like that matchup from TCU.
I did too.
I know K-State jumped on them. First of all, K-State, what a phenomenal game they played on Saturday night.
Didn't see that one coming, man. Did not see that coming.
No. Great coaching job by Chris Kleiman. But look, here's Sean, to your point. I was unsure of whether or not I thought they would win out.
Yeah.
Just because they had been coming back, and I always get nervous when a team has to constantly win by outscoring the other opponent, because then if you have that off night like they did, and also Texas's defense played really well in that game. That was part of the deal too. And then TCU had some self-imposed issues on their own, but what they showed in this game, guys, I'll say this: the Texas win was their most impressive win of the year, because to be a true playoff team, I believe you have to be able to show that you can win in more ways than one. And what they showed on Saturday is we don't have to score a bunch of points to win against a good team on the road late in the year. They went on the road against a good Texas team, not a great Texas team, Texas team that we all thought should have been ranked behind Notre Dame, but a Texas team that had just gone on the road and beaten Kansas State. And you beat them in a team that had scored 41, 34, 38, 49, 24, 34, 34 points coming into that game. You held them to 3 offensive points. Like, that to me is the making of a really good football team. Like Ohio State, for example, showed that they can win ugly when they beat Notre Dame. Georgia has shown they can win ugly and blow people out, right? I just feel like to be a championship team, you have to show that you can win more ways than one. That's what's always killed Oklahoma. You know, like, let's be real. When Oklahoma was rolling, they're not winning a game where their offense gets held to 17 points against a good football team. They're not. They're not. And TCU showed me they can do that. And I was impressed by it. I really was.
Yeah. Look, and I don't think I would give them a fighting chance, depending on the matchup.
Yeah.
Depending on the matchup. I would give them a chance in that semifinal matchup.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good year. That Big 12 has about 3 or 4 candidates for Coach of the Year. Brian, you were talking about the job that's going under the radar that Aranda's doing this year at Baylor. And then you talk about Sonny Dykes. And then you talk about the job that's being done at K-State. Heck, the job that was being done at Kansas before injuries to the quarterback and some other key people. The Big 12 has had some pretty impressive coaching performances this year. And then they've had some that's been less than stellar, say up there in Ames, Iowa.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
yeah. That's a great reaction. Yeah.
Yes. But I think that game for me, can Sonny Dykes build it year after year? Are you getting that impression? Like, I come away from that game saying, okay, I think Texas moving forward is going to be, well, they'll be moving to the SEC, but I think program's going to be pretty good. They dropped a lot of passes on Saturday night too.
Yeah, but see, that's my problem, Sean, and this is why I picked TCU to win that game. Texas has shown me that they still have not learned how to win those games. You know, that's the problem. They still have shown they can't win those games.
Yeah.
You know, and that's going to be the thing is they can recruit all they want. They can bring in top classes, all this other kind of stuff, but until they figure out how to win games like this, I mean, it's going to be a problem. I mean, if you go back and look at the games and look at what their record would be if they won every game that they led or were tied in the fourth quarter, they'd be unbelievable. They'd be a top 7-8 team the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
They'd be 10-2 last year.
Yeah.
And that's the thing I like about TCU, because in 1 year, Sonny Dykes has already shown his team knows how to do that. I mean, how many times did they come from behind? I mean, they were down 2 touchdowns against Oklahoma State. They were down 18, I believe, to K-State at one point in time. And TCU tried to give Texas chances to get back in that game on Saturday night, fellas.
They did.
They really
to
did.
To be honest, the key and the difference, although slight, from an NFL standpoint, I wouldn't take Max Duggan over Quinn Ewers. But closing games, his experience as a quarterback in comparison to Quinn's experience, like this, he's a first-time starter too. So, I mean, he's learning how to be a quarterback that can close games when Max has been through a lot at TCU. And he's ready for those moments, or has been ready for those moments. And he's probably a 1 to 2 game difference with his maturity at that position, along with Johnson and his play this year. I mean, that just goes to show you the impact of that position, especially when you have experience. It's invaluable, right? How many first-time starters are in the top 10 of the CFP right now?
Oh, it's not. I mean, Sean, didn't you point this out? Didn't you point this out earlier in the year? Or no, it was Brian Smith pointed this out earlier in the year. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the top 10 now, college football playoff.
JJ McCarthy's the only
rankings.
One.
Yeah, and he played last year. But you've got Stetson Bennett's a multi-year starter, CJ Stroud, the guy you mentioned, JJ McCarthy. TCU, Max Dugan's been a multi-year starter. Hendon Hooker's been a multi-year starter. Bo Nix is a multi-year starter. I'm just looking at last week's top 10.
Yeah.
Bo Nix is a multi-year starter. Jaden Daniels is a multi-year starter. Caleb Williams is in his second year as a starter. Bryce Young, and then DJ. That was the top 10. Yeah. And you look at teams that have struggled to consistently play to a certain level, the teams that don't have a first-year starter, and Ole Miss being an example with Jackson Dart. If Ole Miss had better quarterback play on Saturday, they'd beat Alabama. I mean, Alabama's 8-2 and good on them for figuring out ways to win. But I mean, the reason I'm seeing them kind of taking a step back is because, I mean, you could argue they're closer to being 5-5 than they are 10-0, or just as close to being 5-5 as they are 10-0. I mean, they've had 3 games this year where the opponent that they beat had the ball at the end with a chance to win it and couldn't get it done.
Yeah.
I mean, Texas A&M, Ole Miss, and Texas all had the ball with a chance at the end in the game to win it and couldn't get it done. So, yeah, Alabama's
on the flip side, they've had the ball with a chance to win at LSU
right.
and Tennessee.
Well, and that's my counter to the people who say, well, they're 2 plays away from being 10-0. And I'm like, well, you could make the case that they're also 3 plays away from being 5-5, right? Like it's misleading. But the difference between Alabama and Texas is Alabama's finding a way to win those games. They're making the ugly stop they need to make. They're making the offensive play. No matter how bad Bryce Young is, you kind of feel like, okay, but if he gets the ball in the fourth, it's like, Sean, you and I grew up watching John Elway play in his prime, right? Didn't matter how bad John Elway played for 3.5 quarters. If you gave him the ball back at the end of the game and they needed to score, you weren't stopping them. It just, I mean, it just,
to make a play.
Yeah, it just didn't matter. And, I like teams like that.
That's how I feel about right now with like Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. It's like you give them 30 seconds, you're like, yep, they're going to score. They're going to tie it. Like, it's just that's what it is. Right. And that's kind of what Bryce is. I mean, they won 30-24, Sean. And I mean, I know Brian, we were kind of like texting while it was happening, like Ole Miss was dominating that football game, they were convincingly winning that football game, but it's the Bryce Young effect, I guess, man. It's like, he's going to find a way. He's going to find a way. And Sean, despite losing a couple of those football games, right, to LSU and kind of coming out short a couple times this year, you always felt like Bryce Young had a shot, though, right? Like he was going to keep them in it. Like Tennessee, the Tennessee game, like Alabama was going to keep them in it. He was going to come back. It was just a matter of like, would it fall a little bit short? And we've seen it a couple times, but I think this past week you just saw it again. Why is Bryce Young considered a first-round NFL draft prospect? Why is he a Heisman Trophy winner last year? Those moments, those big moments are what makes him a special football player, to Brian's point.
Hey, you have to love the kid, man. That just goes back to like what we were connecting it to, the difference between TCU and Texas is so, man, that position is so vital. In every, man, high school, college, NFL, I don't care what level you go to, that position. We just talked about it with Drake May. It makes a lot of things, it takes the pressure on a lot of different things throughout your team and throughout your program. If you can get one of those dudes, and the guys that have them, or those multi-year quarterbacks with experience, then that goes a long way to helping your team have a good shot at winning a national championship. And Notre Dame, unfortunately, wasn't going to have that this year. Both of their guys were going to be first-time starters, so there should be a jump next year. You know what I'm saying? In that quarterback room, there should be a jump from both of those guys. And everybody's talking about transfer portal, all of that. No, you need the current guys to take a step. That's vitally important because that goes a long way to showing that quarterbacks can be developed at your program and can improve at your program. And that's something that a lot of people might say they haven't seen out of this program at that position in a long time. So with all of that being said, Jackson Dart in that game, up and down. Jackson Dart was fantastic to start the LSU game on the road.
And Sean, continue your point a second, but that's why I picked Alabama in this game because Jackson Dart has just been too up and down for me, man. Like I just can't trust him. Just can't trust him right now.
He's absolutely fantastic for like moments, large stretches of the game. And then all of a sudden, it just goes. It just goes. And I thought Mississippi played well enough to win that game on both sides of the ball. Unfortunately, it's sad that a game for 60 minutes with all of the combatants that are involved in a team game, that it comes down to, well, their quarterback got got the ball last, and they had the better quarterback. Like, oh, that's what it comes down to.
Well, Sean, even the game against LSU, right? Jackson Dart started out the game great. I'm like, oh, they're about to run LSU out of here. But then down the stretch of the game, man, it just looked bad. Like, it just looks like two different quarterbacks right now, which we should understand, right? Like, this is his first year as a full-time starter. He started a couple games for USC last year, but like, he is a first-year starter and a first-year starter for Ole Miss. So there's things to understand why we are where we are from a Jackson Dart Ole Miss perspective. A lot of talent, but they haven't put it together, obviously, right? So that's kind of what we're looking at. I just want to put this out there, Sean, before we talk about one last game, because I'm getting a little bit annoyed with the chat. I love most of you. I love all of you, actually. But I get it. Somebody just – Steve Wilfong, I'll say his name. He just put the news out in the universe, Sean, about what the player is that we're waiting on, okay? And that's unprofessional of him. That's not how we conduct ourselves. And I don't want to hear about him in the chat. And I don't want people to keep saying, just say the name already. We already know. I don't care. That wasn't Steve's moment. That's the kid's moment. And I'm not going to add on to Steve Wilfong being a doofus in this situation, okay? So just want to throw that out there real quick. Not going to do it. Not going to do it.
Deal with, bro.
We could have.
People always have to be first, man.
We could have put it out days ago if we wanted to. Could have put it out days ago. Definitely could have put it out yesterday after we got several confirmation. Like, we could have put it out yesterday, but we didn't. Okay, so sorry, not going to say. And it's whatever. It's whatever. I know. People want the clicks. People want verification. Whatever. I'm verified on Twitter, and I don't have to do it by ruining kids' days, right? Yeah. So that's all. That's all. Man, God, Sean, that stuff drives me crazy, man. Just let the kid have his moment and then talk about it. Go on. We get it. You do it.
You know what? That has been one of the biggest I didn't know getting involved in recruiting since January. Irish breakdown. Like, yo, I didn't know how petty it really, the fact that adults would literally steal moments from a teenager. Like, and won't care. Won't care.
It happens in every avenue, man. I'm an NFL draft guy. I got in a tip days before the draft, 2 drafts ago, that Trey Lance was the pick that was going to happen at number 3 to the 49ers. Do I go tweet it out? Am I going to put it on a message board?
No.
Nah, man. Let the kid have his moments. Can we?
Somebody will. Somebody will, though.
Yeah. It's,
yeah. A little thirsty. A little thirsty.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm shocked, honestly, because that individual, at the point he's at, he doesn't need to do that. No.
Look, man, we had this intel days ago. We had verification from multiple sources yesterday. If we wanted to put the name out in the universe, we could have put it out in the universe yesterday or days ago, right? But again, we want to let the young men have their moments. And unfortunately, that's not how everyone operates. That's how I operate, which is the reason why I am on the Irish Breakdown channel, for one, because I know that me and Brian see very eye to eye in the sense that we're not going to take people's moments. And Brian, sorry, I've been going on a little bit of rant over the news breaking from Steve, apparently on a podcast, about the news that we're waiting on, and it's just
haven't mentioned the kid's name, right? Because we're not. I don't care. I don't care.
Not.
Okay, I don't care who else released
it.
Nor would I want to give any shine to the person that put it out there. But
I just went on a quick rant, telling the chat that I don't, because people were saying just say it. We all know it. I'm just like, no, we're not
our moment. It's not our moment. And I know for a fact that the kid has asked has asked Notre Dame and people in Notre Dame media to not say anything until he makes the announcement. Somebody else decided not to do that. That's not my problem. That person doesn't work for me. And if they did, they wouldn't work for me anymore. So, but we don't know if that person might have been given the okay or something. I don't know. So I don't even want to dive into it or go one way or the other, but we're going to do what we always do. When the kid gives us the okay, then we'll talk about it. So we said what we're allowed to say. And I know some folks may not like that, but that's just what we're going to do. So right now, everybody's in the dark as far as when he's going to do it. So hopefully, as we kind of continue this, we'll kind of go through the mailbag here, and we've got some questions and stuff. Unless you guys want to talk about some more of the game from the games this weekend, but as soon as he announces it, we'll talk about it, and we may do a special show if it happens right after the show. We may go on then, but we'll most likely just kind of wait till our next show. So I'm bummed. We were told 2:00 Eastern. Well, we were told 1:00. Yeah, 2:00 Eastern, and we're just waiting. So, but we'll see when it happens.
I think that's a good transition. We're going to end this portion of the podcast. Of course, this was our college football roundtable. If you could please hit that subscribe, notification bell, sign up for the boards at irishbreakdown.com. If you're listening on your favorite podcast platform, 5-star reviews are always very much appreciated. This is going to conclude, though, this section of the podcast. We're going to get into our mailbag next. All right, fellas, let us get into some mailbag questions here. Sean, Brian. Sean, so let's go to – we got some super chats, so why don't we go to a couple of those first. We just had Connor Burke, who just wanted – Connor, thank you so much for your super chat. I just want to say 07, great job as always, guys. We appreciate you so much there, Connor. Thank you for the super chat. We had another super chat from Michael Miller. Michael, thank you so much for the generous super chat there. Sean and Ryan, confidence level about breaking news. Michael, I don't give guarantees on breaking news, okay?
Well,
I work in the recruiting world, so
my confidence level on when it'll happen is like a 1 right now. My confidence level that it will happen and things will eventually fall into place is a 10. I mean, the thing is the decommitment has already happened. The visit has already been scheduled. It's all going to plan in regard to what truly matters, which is what's going on with Notre Dame. It's just this isn't a real social media active kid, and he just hasn't done it yet. And so at this point in time, it's just kind of wait and see. Because like if you're a media person or you're Notre Dame or whatever, what are you going to do? Pressure the kid to go public with it? No, he's going to do it when he wants to do it. So when will it happen? I don't know. I tell people just kind of be patient, but we'll hopefully find out here very soon. But the decision has already been made. The young man called the school he's committed to last night, let them know. And then we were told by some folks there that he had done it. And, it's just a matter of time before it goes public. So all we're waiting on is the public confirmation of what has already happened. So in case people are wondering, the decommitment has already happened. There's only one visit the kid is scheduling. This was a move that was made for Notre Dame, not necessarily because the kid was unhappy where he was at. So it's a Notre Dame thing, and we'll have more when he makes the decision because it's a interesting backstory. I got a little bit more today from someone who's connected to the high school, to the area where the kid's from, and it was a pretty not really hidden secret that the kid and his family are huge Notre Dame fans. So that helped. That certainly helped.
Yep,
absolutely.
Right. Someone grab the next question because my page is saying unresponsive.
How about this from Joel Easton? Mailbag question. Even heaven permitting with a 2023 quarterback, is Notre Dame still going to pursue a portal quarterback? My opinion, they should. Yes. Yes. Because those two things are not necessarily the same, right? A portal quarterback is more for 2023. A 2023 quarterback is more for competition in 23, but more for the future.
Right.
So it's now I will say this, getting a 2000. So there were some names that were thrown around as far as guys that Notre Dame was looking at, including a guy that we all like a lot, a kid named Jacoby Robinson from Texas that I would have liked, and some other kids that were thrown in there that I didn't like, but they were all project type of kids who weren't going to really beat competition. What I would say, however, is if you get the right kind of 23 quarterback, and in my opinion, guys, the kid that we're going to talk about later at some point in time today is that kind of quarterback where I feel like getting a 23 quarterback gives you a little bit more of a broader array of portal quarterbacks you can go after. So what I had been told from sources is that Notre Dame was looking for a portal quarterback that had multiple years of eligibility, because at the time it wasn't looking good that they were going to get a 23 quarterback that was on that level. They were going to get some project kid or another Steve Angeli type of kid, a depth guy. Well, once this quarterback thing goes through with the 23 kid, now all of a sudden you got a kid that can compete for you in 2 years. And you'll have CJ Carr. And you'll probably have Steve Angeli. And so now you may be more open to taking a 1-year kid like a Jack Cohn than you were before. So like they were looking at guys that had multiple years primarily. I think what this situation will do, fellas, is it's going to give them a chance to say, okay, now we can just get the right quarterback. We don't have to focus as much on how much eligibility he has. We can focus on getting the right guy, which I think is a very positive development. Sean, I don't know if you agree with that, but I think that's a very positive development for Notre Dame. And it's only possible because of the kid that they're working on right now in the 23 class.
Brian, it goes right in line right before. I think when you stepped away, Ryan and I were talking about the quarterback room and how important. And one of the narratives that this recruiting class has changed, there's another narrative that needs to be changed that has absolutely nothing to do with adding a person to the 23 class at the quarterback position or bringing one in via the transfer portal. Develop the 2 guys that are currently on your roster.
Right.
They're first-time starters. We talked about teams in the top 10 having multi-year starters at quarterback. They need to take a step next year. They need to both get better. That's changing the narrative because we have not seen that room truly develop the quarterback position the way you expect a top program to do it over the last 7 to 8 years. So with that being said, to me, adding a 23 kid, fantastic. It makes an already incredible recruiting class possibly, and I wish we had Lou Samoji here to even ask him about it or talk to him about it, but maybe one of the top 5 classes in the history of Notre Dame. It's already broken the record of points when it comes to recruiting processes via 247 or other sites. Look, yes, it's important. We already talked about how invaluable the position is to a program, but developing those 2 guys that you have now goes a long way to that because you want depth. Because we see it all around college football. It's rare that teams go a full season being able to start one guy. Like you have been praying really hard if you can go through a season starting one guy. Usually a guy has to either come in for a series or a quarter or start one game because of a freak injury or anything. So you like to have multiple guys that are ready. And honestly, next year you'll have multi-year guys in the quarterback room that have experience. So that's an advantage along with anything else that they do in the portal or making an addition to the 23 class. So it's good. It's a good sign, like you said, Brian. It's a good sign.
So the thing too, Sean, is like to your point, 17, Alabama won the title. They played 2 quarterbacks that year, including in the title game because Jalen Hurts wasn't playing well. 2018, Kelly Bryant starts out, but then Trevor takes over. Well, the first game that Trevor Lawrence plays, he gets hurt. Kelly Bryant is already transferred, already in the transfer portal.
Right.
And, you know, I'm drawing a Chase Bryce comes off the bench and leads them to it. They were losing. They were losing. Yeah. That happens in 2018. You know, 2020, that was just such a weird year. 2021 last year, CJ Stroud misses a game. This year Bryce Young missed 1 or 2 games this year, at least 1 for sure. Like you said, it's going to happen. You're going to see that. Your guys are going to go down, whether it's just in a game, whether it's whatever the case may be. You're going to have those moments, and so you need depth at the position. And as you said, now I personally, this is just my 100% opinion, I don't expect all the quarterbacks to stay on the roster if they get a 23 kid and a portal kid. Yeah, but you'll keep most of them. And to your point, Sean, is you develop the kids you have, and that's what good coaches are supposed to do. You know, if you got 4 quarterbacks on scholarship, you coach up 4 quarterbacks. That's what good coaches are supposed to do, in my opinion.
Yeah. And if you improve the talent, it elevate. Hey, that's competition.
Yes.
That's competition.
Yeah.
Everybody should get better with the elevated
which
talent, the elevated competition.
brings the best out of talents.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I want to bring this question up from Anthony. It says, Mailbag, how do you think this new 2023 quarterback will affect CJ Carr's commitment? In my opinion, I don't think it changes anything. Carr seems set on Notre Dame, and stacking quarterbacks is standard elite programs. Kids know this. I think you're absolutely right there. I mean, what people have to understand is when CJ Carr committed to Notre Dame, he knew that Dante Moore was a silent commit to Notre Dame. And matter of fact, CJ tried to commit to Notre Dame in March, but his dad was like, hold off. Let's just make sure we get out. We go see some places. And then, you know, once you get a little bit more experience of seeing places, you know, you can do what you want to do. But CJ wanted to commit a few weeks after Dante committed. Mm-hmm. And CJ knew that Dante was committed. So if CJ Carr was not afraid of competing against Dante Moore, there's not a quarterback in this class in 2023 that CJ Carr is going to be afraid of competing against. And so to Anthony's point, so I don't think this is going to have any effect on CJ Carr other than, great, our room got stronger. Yes. You know, that's what good quarterbacks do, and that's the kind of room you want. And if a kid is that concerned about playing time or competing for playing time, it's probably not a kid you want, to be completely honest with you. And that's definitely not CJ Carr. Like that kid will compete against anybody.
Well, Brian, we talk about the separation between quarterbacks sometimes, and it's the internal stuff, right? Like that's that type of stuff, right? I mean, I want CJ Carr, no matter who's in the room when he gets to Notre Dame, to think that he's the best, right? Like I want him to think that, and I want him to play like that, and I want him to carry himself that way. And that's how quarterbacks need to be programmed in order for them to be great. You know, like I think you could be a good to very good quarterback if you don't have that intrinsic motivation. But I think in order to be a great one, in order to be an elite one, you need that type of stuff, right? Like I do. So, all right, let's move on to a couple more super chats. We had Raymond Harton. Raymond, thank you so much for your super sticker. Appreciate very much. We're going to go to Zach Martin, who also had a super chat. Sean, I'll kick this one over to you. Zach, thank you very much for the super chat. Kind of like Dan Mullen, I just don't know if Sark is a head coach. Offensive coordinator, great, just not a head coach. What's your thoughts on Sark, Sean? I don't think we've ever really talked about that.
I mean, that's yet to be seen. You have to give everybody deserves time, right? Early on, people didn't think Dabo was going to be a great coach. I'm sure people have doubts about Marcus Freeman early on based upon certain things. We definitely know he's a great OC, but we'll see. I think he can recruit. I think he's a heck of a head recruiter. But whether or not he can put all the pieces together, and once again, remember, he's going to the SEC in a couple of years. So, yeah, he better get it together. Well, it's going to be – because I don't think Texas will have a problem. I don't know what his buyout would be after next year. I think next year is the crucial year for Sark, in my opinion. Next year has to be the year, right? Because you have a multi-year starting quarterback. You have an incoming freshman that's valued at that position. And you're going to have talent, young talent that's been waiting to get their opportunity. And that defense and the offensive line won't be young anymore. They'll be dudes. Now you should go produce. Go produce. The talent's there. You don't have the built-in excuses of youth and all the other stuff. This is on you and your coaching staff. Go get it done because you have the tools to get it done. So next year for me will be the telltale on Sark. I can't speak to whether or not he's a head coach. Right. In my opinion, I'm not going to speak on that right now.
Well, that's going to be a make it or break a year for Quinn Ewers, too, to your point, right, Sean?
Yeah.
If Quinn's not that guy next year, Arch Manning's coming in.
But see, guys, that's why you recruit every year. That's why you don't say, hey, we got Quinn Ewers, so let's take a couple of years off of recruiting top quarterbacks, right? Like, you never know who is or is not going to pan out. You never know who is or isn't going to get hurt, and that's why you recruit the way that they do. I mean, look, I actually think Sark's done a solid job there. He inherited a not very good program. You know, a lot of cultural issues and a lot of roster issues. And, you know, like Sean, you mentioned earlier, and you've mentioned this a few times this year, Texas has a really young offensive line. Well, I mean, Say, well, Notre Dame has young tackles. They're very experienced everywhere else. They're a sixth, fifth, and a senior, and Texas doesn't have that because their seniors are not Jarrett Patterson and Josh Lugg and Zeke Correll caliber,
Right.
But I think he's put a good staff together. I think it's important. I think Kyle Flood, it's Kyle Flood, right? The O-line coach. I always want to call him Kurt Flood, who's the first free agent in MLB history. Flood. I'm jacking names up today, fellas. But he's one of the best O-line coaches in the business, in my opinion. But he's going to need some time because he didn't inherit, he didn't walk into a situation where he had Joe Walton, Blake Fisher, and Jarrett Patterson, and Zeke Correll, and the players that he's got to kind of play the young kids that he has, not out of necessity. I mean, not out of want, but out of necessity. Their starting quarterbacks are redshirt freshmen. Their best receiver is a true sophomore. I mean, they're a pretty young team in a really deep conference. And that's the thing that I don't think a lot of people appreciate about the job that Sark has done at Texas is, look, they've got to do better. They've got to coach better. They got to learn how to finish games. But I don't think people really appreciate how good that conference is right now. And look, the only loss that I would say is inexcusable was the Texas Tech loss. They lost by 3. But they lost at Oklahoma State by a touchdown, and they lost to TCU at home. Yeah, they shouldn't have lost to TCU at home. But to me, that's a wash because you probably beat a Kansas State team on the road that's better than you right now, if we're being honest, and you took Alabama down to the wire. So he's getting there, Sean. But to your point, Texas fans aren't real rational. Most teams aren't rational about their team. Right? Notre Dame fans will sit here and we'll talk about this is, rational about this other team, but then you get to our team. No, that's not okay. No, we need to win now. And that's okay though. I mean, that's I love that passion. That passion is why we get to do this,
Yeah.
But that's my thing is I actually like what he's doing. He's still recruiting well to the level. He's kind of doing it the right way, in my opinion, meaning he didn't rush to the portal to get 30 guys, that kind of thing. We're going to build through the high school route. We'll get the occasional transfer, right? But he's got to fit with what we're doing. And I think that's the key. And so I like what he's doing, but at some point in time, and I think that's why I think, Ryan, you said next year is important. At some point in time, that has to show out with results.
Yep.
And that's going to be an important part of it. But I like what he's doing so far. It's not been great, but it's been good. And next year he's going to have to make it better than good.
I know at times this year, too, he's had 3 different freshmen starting on the offensive line, to Sean's point, right?
Yeah.
So, it's very inexperienced and young offensive line. It is. So, you would hope next year you would be able to take that ascension, that step. So, I do think the jury's out. All I know is if it doesn't work out for Sark as a head coach, there will be many suitors for an offensive coordinator in the future. There's no doubt about that. No doubt about that.
Yeah. He'll be fine. He'll be fine.
Yes, he will. Shout out to Tony Shea for the super sticker. Thank you so much, Tony. Very much appreciate it. Michael also sent in a super chat. He said, confused. Is this something good or bad? Greetings from Germany. Michael, greetings from US of A. And yes, whenever this does drop, Michael, it's very good. Very good for Notre Dame and for our excitements.
Yeah. And look, I would talk more about how excited we are about it, but I just feel that's kind of like honestly kind of a jerk move to sit there and talk about how excited we are. And then not be able to tell you who it is. But I'm trying to, because it's now, I mean, everybody's tweeting about it now, but again, that's not what we do. So sorry.
Yes.
It's not what we do.
Well, and we've gotten a lot of great feedback in the chat, Brian. I think a lot of people do appreciate that we are like that. So,
and those that don't, I understand that everybody has different likes, right? Some people like Burger King, some like McDonald's. If you want a place that's going to take a kid's moment, that's cool. Then you can go to that place. That's a free country. You can go wherever you want. But this is how IB is going to be, and that's okay. I mean, I'm not even a criticism of those people. I mean, look, people run their business however they want, and and that's just kind of how it goes. But that's just how we're going to be. So
Ryan,
yeah,
I can't believe we're 1-3-1 pressing cats into doing this type of stuff.
Pretty much.
Can't believe they're feeling the pressure and turning the ball over the way they are.
Yeah,
that's a good comparison, man. That's a good comparison. Michael Kearney sent a super chat. Said for Ryan's new window treatments, Michael, It's very disrespectful, sir. It's very disrespectful. I have my blinds over the window because I have some lighting issues, if you haven't noticed at times, okay? I'm making sure that I look presentable, and I do look very presentable right now. My lighting is fire right now, okay? So, but I appreciate the super chat. But I don't appreciate the little dig there at my windows. My windows are good, sir.
Good.
They're
you know
good.
what? If he didn't comment on it, means he didn't care. So,
yes, yes. Wonderful windows, man. Well, whatever. Moving on. From Michael said, let's get some depth on quarterback and let them compete for the starting job. That was to our conversation earlier about transfer quarterbacks, also coupled with the 2023 quarterback. And agree, Michael. We talked about it a ton, obviously, right? You want a depth at the very especially at the paramount positions. Quarterback's a very important position. So depth is never a bad thing at quarterback, offensive tackle, defensive end. So those are the money-making positions. So agree completely. Brian,
really, quarterback's Jason, the one that, like you mentioned, the positions you just mentioned, quarterback's the one where we just haven't seen that type of that type of play at Notre Dame in a while, really. And we felt we were close. Like, I really thought that if Malik didn't get her, he would have been there. I thought that Kaiser, if he would have got his head out of his could have been there. I definitely felt like Everett Golson was going to be that guy. Jimmy Clausen was that guy. He just didn't play on the right team. And then, of course, Brady Quinn. But it's been a while since we've really felt like, you're putting together the roster where it's not like this year's team. It was Tyler Buckner or bust in regard to having elite quarterback play. Either Buckner pans out or it's just going to be okay. Right? And we thought you could look, because what did we say? You can beat a lot of teams with Drew Pine, and they are. I mean, for all the talk about Drew Pine, he's 7-1 as a starter. Now again, you all know how much I feel about that starting record thing. But the point is like Notre Dame's always going to have better players than just about everybody they play, and you just need a quarterback not to screw it up to beat most of those teams. To win a championship, you need that guy. And if Buckner didn't pan out, you weren't going to have that guy. And that's the difference, Mm-hmm. So, I mean, like, okay, for example, if God forbid CJ Stroud got hurt in the Notre Dame game, he didn't, so we can talk about it. Ohio State's going to be real dangerous with Kyle McCord at quarterback. Real dangerous with Kyle McCord at quarterback. And I think that's where Alabama's a little bit in a tough spot right now. If Alabama's going to need to go to the portal to get that kind of guy, because I don't see that guy on their roster. I don't think Ty Simpson is that guy. I don't think Jalen Milroe fits that offense. If you put if Jalen Milroe were to transfer to UCF and play under Gus Malzahn, I do not want to play that offense. Like, could you imagine him running the Nick Marshall offense from Auburn in 2013, Sean? Right, but for what Bama does with Bill O'Brien, he's not that guy. You're seeing some teams that don't have the depth they used to have. Oklahoma doesn't have the depth they used to have a quarterback. And that's where Notre Dame's that's to me like that final spot. I look at this offense, Sean, and Ryan, we've all three of us been talking about this. Notre Dame is going to have a running back room next year that is going to be the envy of college football. Mm-hmm. Not of all the college football except this team. No, it's going to be the envy of college football next year.
Yes.
You're going to have a receiver room that's going to be young but very talented. You're going to have one of the 5 best tight end rooms in college football next year. You're going to have one of the 5 best offensive line rooms in college football next year. You're going to have one of the top 10 to 15 defensive line rooms in college football next year. You're going to have one of the top 10 linebacker rooms in college football. And you're going to have one of the 10 best secondary rooms in college football. They say 10 best. Yeah, but there's a lot of teams that don't have in the top. Ohio State has positions where they're not in the top 10 in some of those areas. Right now, of course, we're talking talent. I mean, linebackers that talent's got to turn into production, right? Mm-hmm. But that's the point is, what's the one exception? What's the one position I left out? It's not kicker.
That is
quarterback.
That is
it's quarterback. Yeah, but Alabama's won how many national titles with garbage kicking? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, when you're that good, it really doesn't matter.
I would counter and say even the kid might be okay if they had the 2014 coaching staff. Right? That's the same coaching staff that developed Blake Sims. I didn't think Blake Sims would be able to get them to.
There's a different offense, though. That's my point. Yeah,
but that coaching staff would be able to get him ready and have something installed that would fit him. Bill O'Brien is not going to do it that way. You already know.
No.
Nope.
You already know.
Yeah. To your point, Sean, about that team. I mean, that was still when Alabama was trying to be a power football team. I mean, they had Derrick Henry and TJ Yeldon and, all Tenpenny. Remember that? Kenyon Drake was their 5th leading rusher at running back that year.
They have two pretty good ones coming next year.
Right. But my thing, though, is they were a different style of play then.
Yeah.
And that style of play could adapt to a quarterback that was a dynamic thrower, whereas Bill O'Brien's offense cannot adapt to a guy that's a runner, to your point.
No.
Is you could evolve with that offense into something that you could, which is why they could go from being in the championship game with Jacob Coker in 15 to being in the championship game with Jalen Hurts in 16, two polar opposite players.
Mm-hmm.
But they could adapt the offense to make it work with both of them.
Absolutely.
And that's what Bill O'Brien has not done and will not do.
No. Nope. Well,
so
Brian,
quarterbacking and coaching is pretty important, huh? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Well, coaching is wildly important. And, and it's funny, like last year, so, the offensive line, and it's just like some of the takes I heard last year from people defending the technique doesn't really matter that much. I'm just like, there's just y'all say some really ignorant stuff to defend your guy. You know what I mean? Like, just go look at like UConn, Duke.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is it a coincidence that when Mike Elko leaves, Duke becomes good and A&M becomes a dumpster fire? Is that a coincidence to any of you? It's not to me. I always felt Elko was the glue that held that thing together.
So Texas A&M just lost to Auburn, right? That was the game this weekend. They gave up 288 yards rushing to Auburn this past weekend.
Yep.
It's
shout
not
out
great.
to Cadillac Williams, man.
Yeah, seriously, good for Cadillac, man. Good for Cadillac. Brian, you said that the running back room is going to be the envy of college football. 99 Problems BK1 actually just says Notre Dame hasn't had a running back room like this since.
Well, before Torian Folson got hurt in 2015, it was close. Although we wouldn't have known it going into the season because we didn't know how good CJ Prosise was going to be. So that's a little bit, hindsight 2020. But gosh, I mean, early 90s,
right?
Reggie Brooks, Randy Kinder, that group. I mean, honestly, in this group, because the difference back then is they would never have the depth they have now because they'd move 3 of those kids to corner, safety, or linebacker. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, Sean? Like they would have moved Reggie Brooks to corner like they did, or Audrey Denson to corner like they did. I mean, that's just what they did. It was a different era back then. So, but yeah, I mean, honestly, you're the only group that can. I mean, Sean, I'm trying to think. I mean, like the Julius Jones, Ryan Grant depth charts, those don't compare to this. I mean, top to bottom. I mean, Julius Jones is a beast, but Ryan Grant was just he was okay. He was actually a better pro than he was a college player.
He was way better pro.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Sean, I can't think of one. I mean, especially looking forward. I mean, there's some that have been pretty good looking back, but not a lot that were as good kind of moving forward. So I guess that would be my 2 cents on that one, Ryan.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I certainly not one that I can remember. I mean, geez. I mean, because Brian, literally, what are we talking about here, right? You're talking about a situation next year where, all right, you have potentially Audric Estime back, you have potentially Logan Diggs back, potentially Chris Tyree back if he chooses to, right? Then you have Jabron Payne, you have Jadarian Price coming back from injury, you'll have Jeremiah Love, you have Jaden Lamar as of right now, right? Like that's 7 deep, man. That's like
and there are people at Notre Dame that will tell you before the injury, their best running back from January to the time he got hurt was Jadarian Price.
Yep.
And there will be people in Notre Dame that will tell you that. Players, I've talked to players that have told me that. I've talked to other sources that aren't players that have told me that. Now, again, how will he be coming back from the injury? I don't know. But that's why you keep recruiting, because if he isn't the same guy, you're okay, and they're in great position with some dudes in 2024. So it's amazing. And it's funny because Tony Alford recruited the position pretty well. And I'll say this, had I don't even want to say it, but like, had Greg Bryant gone a different route with his life, that 2015 backfield would have been insane.
Yeah. He's a crazy talent, man.
Yeah. I mean, you had Folston, Greg Bryant. I mean, you wouldn't even had to move CJ. You'd had Josh Adams, Dexter Williams. That 2015 backfield would have been really good if and I hate saying it because, he's no longer, he's passed away, but that 2015 backfield had a chance to be really, really good.
Yeah.
Sure.
Really, really good. But I mean, but that was 4 deep. We're talking six. I think there'll be 6 deep. I don't think everybody comes back. I don't think you can have 7 scholarship running backs. And we're not even counting. You guys aren't even counting Dylan Edwards, right? I mean, who could play running back if you needed him to. There's nobody on the roster that will have been more productive as a high school player than Dylan Edwards was as a running back. Yes. But he's not being recruited as that coming back.
Yep. It's a great point, but he could see some spots in the backfield in certain instances, right?
Now, the key at receiver is going to be 24 class with Cam building onto the Cam Williams class, because you're going to need to have that back-to-back. You got the one at Tobias. You're going to get the great class in 23, and we think they're going to be able to hopefully add to it with Caleb Smith. They're trying to add him to it, but you're going to have to look back and say, but you got to have that next class. Is going to be the key. That's going to be the key. Somebody mentioned this too. If you're going to include fullbacks, because the way that fullbacks were used, the early 90s backfields were sick. I mean, you talk about the 92 team with Reggie and Jerome and Rodney Culver. And I mean, just some of the dudes they had on that team were really nutty. They were really, really nutty. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just going to pull this up just for what's in grins, but this is just, you think about the guys, this 1992 team, and Rodney Culver played in the NFL before he passed away. But this is who they had: Reggie Brooks, Jerome Bettis, Lee Becton, Ray Zellers, Dean Lytle, who people will tell you was the best athlete of that group. I mean, goodness gracious, you had all those kind of guys playing. I mean, that's a loaded backfield. Absolutely. I mean, Ray Zellers, wasn't he a first round pick, or what round was? I'm thinking of Irv Smith, but he was drafted. So you're talking about a really well. And then the 1988 backfield was so loaded that they've removed Ricky Waters to wide receiver. I mean, that's how, what I mean? Like, it's crazy, man. Yeah, Rodney Culver was not on that 92 team. He was done in 91, but. Yeah, those are some loaded backfields. But the fact that we're looking at the current roster, Sean, and we're even bringing up a Lou Holtz era team, like, is the direction you want to be going.
That says something.
Yeah,
and I think that is, we pointed to it a little bit earlier in the show today. You're going through the ups and downs of a season, but you're going through the ups and downs and making transitions into a new vision. And trying to elevate the program to where it needs to be. And in doing so, it's kind of like going through turbulence on a plane. Right? And we're all in the plane. So some of us might need to hold somebody's hand. That's okay. That's what we're here for every day. We'll hold your hand through it and make you feel better about it. But we all land at the same destination. And we all want that destination to be a national championship at the end of the day. Just like Marcus Freeman and everybody in that building and everybody in that university, students, players, we're all on the same. We're all going to the same destination. That's what we want. And if we have to take this rockiness right now, it won't matter if we get there. And when we're talking about the 23 class and the 24 class, Brian, I would venture to say that the 24 class, especially in that wide receiver room, is off to a better start. Because they have a quarterback already in the class. Yeah. And they have 7 guys already. So it's like they're in better position going into the early period in January than they were with the 23 class last year, in my opinion. And we're talking about the obvious suspects for the wide receivers like a Ryan Wingo. There's still wide receivers that are going to be evaluated and pop up on the board in the springtime. So it's going to be fun watching how the 24 class materializes, because they're in a stronger position
Because Dante didn't commit till like late February, early March.
Late February, early March. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And it was silent.
Right.
It wasn't public.
Right. Now he was recruiting guys, but it's still different though when a kid is not committed publicly. There's still going to be that hesitation of, okay, well, why haven't you gone public? You know what I mean?
Right.
You're going to have CJ Carr, you're going to have Cam Williams already on board. I mean, Notre Dame didn't get their first receiver commitment until March, April. When did Braylon James commit? Was it March? Because Braylon James was the first kid to commit to Notre Dame a receiver in this class, correct?
Yes.
And he committed, I'm trying to look it up. He committed in April. So you didn't get your first receiver commit till April. You're almost a full year ahead at those positions in the 2024 class.
Yeah.
So it's a good place to be. It's a good place to be.
And wide receiver is usually that position that lasts a little longer on the board, and to have Cam on there already is nice, man. It's really nice.
Well, and the lack of actual wavering from the 23 class has helped with this recruiting as well. And I say, when I say actual wavering, because I know there's a lot of rumors out there, but there's no actual wavering of, as far as we know, of any of the 2023 receivers, which has been good. I'll tell you, is like through all the ups and downs of the season and not having a quarterback, it is kind of remarkable, and huge shout out to Chad Bowden and his recruiting operation and this Notre Dame staff that they haven't had more leakage of this class, you know, with NIL and all this other stuff. I mean, you know, we know for a fact, guys, that there's Notre Dame kids turning down 6-7 figure deals to stay in this class.
Yep.
And that's not a guess. That's not a rumor. That's a fact, you know, and 6 figures is definitely a fact. We've heard 7. We haven't been able to confirm 7, but we've heard 7. But 6 is a fact. And so, you know, that's an impressive thing. That's a really impressive thing. So they just got to keep it rolling, right? And this is why the news that we're hoping breaks today is going to be big, because I think that helps. It helps having your guy at quarterback in the class, and that's going to be an important one. So
no doubt. We had another super chat down here from Jason Warnock. Thank you, Jason, for the super chat. It said McNamara's name. Of course, that's Cade McNamara out of Michigan. His name keeps getting brought up for a transfer quarterback. If he is an option, would you like him coming to Notre Dame?
I'll let you guys go. Sean, you want to start off this one? I have
strong
feelings.
Sean, please start, because we've talked about this one in nauseum.
It's a hard pass for me.
Yeah. I mean, would he be an upgrade over Drew Pine? Yes. Based on what Drew Pine is now.
Sure.
But it moves the needle like this for me. That's it. I think he'd be able to hit some of the throws that Drew has been unwilling to make. I think Cade McNamara would be a solid player at Notre Dame. I do. But there's 2 reasons I'm a pass. Number 1 is that's it. He'd just be a solid player, not really a playmaker. Number 2, he decommitted from Notre Dame. You had your chance to play quarterback at Notre Dame, and you went a different way. Mm-hmm. Because if he hadn't left Notre Dame, guess what? He'd already be their starting quarterback.
Yep.
You know, so no, you had your chance, dude. You decommitted. You decided to go to Michigan. Good luck to you wherever you go, but for me, it wouldn't be.
Go down to Champaign. That's probably where you're going to end up.
See, look at Sean with the little side trying to get his alma mater a quarterback. You know, like I see.
No, see. That's the buzz.
But in all seriousness, though, that'd be a good move for Illinois. That's a much bigger upgrade for me than that. You know, for them, I think that'd be big for them.
Illinois is probably undefeated with Cade McNamara. If I'm being honest, they probably are. I mean, he's certainly better than who's the quarterback now, Sean?
Don't even say his name. Don't even do it to me.
Yeah.
We had another super chat from Michael XXX. Thank you, Michael. He says, now I'm excited too. Michael, yes, we wish that we could share our excitement with the news that is coming here soon, hopefully.
We hope.
Yes. We hope.
Yeah.
It is very exciting.
Yeah, it's already happened. It's already happened. It just hasn't been announced publicly, and until it is, we're gonna respect that.
Honor that player's opportunity to do it. Going to Tony Shea. Tony, thank you so much for the super chat. Kids, we'll see you guys roll different, and going forward, that's really good for business. Stay classy, fellas. Thank you, Tony. And thank you to everybody in the chat that has said something similarly to this, because, again, I feel like Brian really holds this site and this message board and this chat to a high standard, which is one of the reasons that I love working here. So thank you so much, Tony. We really do appreciate it.
And I think, Ryan, we can attest to the fact that we have felt that from parents, their appreciation and conversations and their ability to let us in, unlike other people have been let in, to be able to report on things and how they've gone. And that's because of, what Brian has laid down.
Yeah.
Like, this is the way we're going to operate,
Well, Sean, I don't think Jeremiah Love and his family would have been so open to the announcement the way they wanted it if they didn't respect the way that we went about the process,
and
right?
trust.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
what you're building is trust. It's a relationship.
Yep.
And you get to know these kids, and it's
y'all just know Christmas bonuses are coming out in December. That's all y'all are doing. That's all y'all are doing. I said bonuses come out in December, so that's what y'all are doing.
In all seriousness, look, I can be transparent. I'm new to this space. I come over from a different space. I was in media, but a totally different space. So I'm learning on the fly. And there were some hard lessons for me to learn early. And that's cool. But I'm thankful that I was under the tutelage of someone like Brian, to whereas, yeah, because I'll take teaching, no problem. Like, show me the way. And once you learn certain things, then you start building. And it's never about being first. Get the good story. Like, get the story, man, and do it respectfully and have people respect you. Have the people in the building respect you. When the recruits respect you and the people in the building respect you, then you know that you're being an asset and you're doing your job to the best of your capabilities. And the fact, like I said earlier, man, we put in this 1-3-1 press. They keep turning the ball over. They can't get things right. And we'll stay doing what we do.
Yeah, man. Yep. I'll stick to reporting the truth, and people can keep putting out clickbait that isn't true. We'll stay there.
Facts.
Or clickbait that is true, but it's just not your business to put out.
100%. Yes. The clickbait that
and I'm not
today
saying that's what happened today. I'm not saying that's
what
happened today because I don't know if he was given the okay or not to put it out. I'm not. So I'm not touching this one today, but it happens constantly, and that's just the way that it is. Yep. And that's okay. We're going one thing I want to start doing, one of my New Year's resolutions is going to be to not talk so much about what once I ether the national sites on signing day, I'm going to say, okay, I'm not talking about those other that stuff anymore. We're going to keep doing what we do.
You got to do that first, though. You got to do that first.
That's coming because, hey, I've promised it already, so I can't go back on a promise, right? I mean, that's just, it is what it is. But it's definitely going to happen. And like the whole, for 5 straight hours before the show, I'm just going to keep playing Ether on repeat. Just
not Ether.
It's going to play on repeat, Sean, just for 5 hours before I do that show. So,
oh man,
yeah.
We have Brian NY.
Although I might mix in some no Vaseline in there. You know what I mean? I might put in some of Tupac's diss tracks. I might have to put a couple of the diss tracks, but it's going to be every other one's going to be Ether mixed in. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. So,
Brian NY with the super chat. Pine is 8-0 as a starter if Estime doesn't fumble.
I don't think you can say that. We don't know what would have happened on the next play. They still weren't in easy field goal range as we've seen with this team. We don't know if they'd have punched the ball in the end zone. Maybe, but I think there was a whole lot of. You scored 14 points on Stanford. That didn't come down. That should never have come down to whether or not Audric Estime fumbled in the fourth quarter. Now, was that a bad play? Absolutely, it was
for sure.
But that game should have never been close in the fourth quarter. At that point in time, ever.
Look, Robert Ory has 8 championships.
Just for hitting corner threes, man.
Michael Jordan has 6. I guess he's the better player.
Right.
Man, look, I said this earlier. Man, stop isolating Drew Pine. Stop. Because you're being unfair to him in the long run.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you isolate him, when things are good, you got to be willing to isolate him when things are bad.
Right. Yeah, you can't say
bad,
Right.
We're quick to go to the team when things are bad. Don't do that.
When he throws for 86 yards against Clemson, it's, he won against Clemson. And then when, he doesn't play well against Stanford and they lose, it's Audric Esteme's fault.
Exactly. Don't do that. You're being unfair. You're really
Neither's fit.
It's
a great point, Sean.
You're being unfair to him. Don't do that.
It's a great point. Yep.
All right. Well,
it's a great
point.
Brian,
thank you for the super chat. We really do appreciate it. Want to go to the next one. This is from WTYT. Thank you so much for your super chat as well. 3-headed running back monster reminds me of the 2-headed monster of Cadillac Williams and Ronnie Brown when they were at Auburn. Cadillac might win Heisman numbers if he was selfish.
Yeah, that was a pretty nasty backfield. But again, the thing about this group, guys, is I don't know if there's an individual star of the group. Right. We don't know yet the way that there was with like Derrick Henry. There was great backs there, but they had a star, right? Or Cadillac, and I always thought Ronnie Brown was a tad. This is going to sound blasphemous. I'm sorry if you guys think so. But I always thought Ronnie Brown was a tad overrated. I thought he was more system driven in the fact that, I thought Cadillac was their better back, in my opinion. Just my opinion. But still very good. Don't get me wrong, still very good. But that's kind of the backfield that you're hoping that they can develop, right, guys? Is that kind of group. Because here's what people forget about that group, Sean. Do you know who else was at running back for them in 2003? You know who their third running back was? Ryan, you got this one?
Oh, yeah. Brandon Jacobs was on the team.
Yes.
Yep. Wow. I knew that one. I'm doing trivia, man. I knew that one.
Yeah. That was a pretty sick backfield.
He couldn't even play, man. Couldn't even get on the field.
He transferred to next year. Yeah. But it's the depth of it. Like, I don't know if there's a LaMichael James in the raw. I mean, maybe. There's several guys that could be. They just have to emerge. But it's just the depth of it. It's the fact that you can just cycle guys through. And I mean, it would never play out this way, but you could run the ball 50 times and not have a single guy get more than 10 carries. I mean, think about that. Yeah. And not see a drop off in anything other than experience with some guys. That's hard to do.
But they remind me in skill set and maybe not that big time breakaway guy. They kind of remind me of the 3-headed monster for Georgia last year.
Jadarian Price will be a breakaway guy.
Yeah. I'm talking about the group now.
Right. Well, Tyree, if used correctly, would be.
Yeah.
But they're not using him. But the way that they're using him now, Sean, you're absolutely right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's funny. This is why I just tell fans, stop believing spin you hear about stuff. Because you remember, guys, Bernie Parmalee recruited running back well when he was here. He got Jonas Gray. I mean, and then all of a sudden Tony Alford shows up and he gets Theo Riddick and Sear Wood. He recruits very well.
Yeah.
And then Autry Denson shows up and he doesn't recruit for jack. And it's, big time running backs don't want to come to Notre Dame. It's just a hard position to recruit, it's just that lazy excuse. And the minute Autry Denson leaves, and Lance Taylor comes, all of a sudden they start recruiting running back really well again, even better. And now it's you know what I mean? So it's like, this is why I say stop believing the spin. Well, it's hard to do. No, it's not. It's not hard to recruit running backs in Notre Dame because what do running backs want more than anything else? It's two things: opportunity, a stud line. You're not going to have a team in America that's going to put a consistently better offensive line in front of you.
No,
you know. And so, it's not a hard place to if you have a coach that works at it. And that was the issue with Coach Denson. He just didn't work at it. And it's not a coincidence that the period before and the period after his tenures were really good. Yeah. Here's the thing. He chose CJ Holmes over A.J. Dillon and Deion Jackson. Both of those kids would have committed to Notre Dame at Irish Invasion.
And both are playing in the NFL right now.
Both are playing in the NFL right now. And CJ Holmes is a 6th-year senior somewhere. And has never been a dude.
Playing safety.
Right. Never been a dude. That was a choice. Right. So, Coach Denson told A.J. Dillon he's a linebacker. And then when the other coaches found out about it, they were pissed because, like, we're not recruiting that kid as a linebacker. We're running him as a running back. But he didn't like him as a running back for some reason. So, Notre Dame can recruit, folks. That's the thing we keep saying. If you get the right staff together, this can be a place you can recruit, and we're seeing that now. Because to your point from earlier, Sean, you add the quarterback that they're going to add to this class.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's the hole? What's the hole in this class? Where do you not have a really good player? What's the position you have? You don't have at least one really good player in this class. There isn't one. That's the only hole in the roster in the class right now.
I think
a great running back tandem.
Nitpicking. The only thing nitpicking somebody could say is
Viper.
That dynamic pass rusher.
Sure.
Maybe.
Sure.
And that would be
maybe.
nitpicking.
Yeah. And I think that'd be fair.
Yeah.
But you signed 2 last year,
Mm-hmm.
and Notre Dame has talked to Drake Bowen about maybe and Preston Zinter could potentially play that position as well.
Yeah.
So yes, it's an excellent class. It's an excellent class. Somebody said we don't have a Keon. You know who else isn't going to have a Keon? Every other team that he doesn't sign with. I mean, he's the best defensive end in college football or in high school football, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And to me, there isn't really a close second. With all due respect to Damon Wilsons and guys like that who are excellent prospects, there is not a close second to Keon Keeley, in my opinion, as a prospect.
No.
And him not going to Notre Dame doesn't change that, No. So, he's a heck of a player. He's a heck of a player.
Yeah, we don't do that. He flips from Notre Dame, and then all of a sudden he's not that good. We don't do that.
Yeah.
We don't do that. He's the best in the class.
Yep.
He flat out is.
Yep, no question. Ryan's back. We keep having to change back and forth between the banners. New rule: if you're going to leave, when you leave, you got to change the background.
We can do that. We can make that happen. We can make that happen.
Yes, let's do that.
All right. Some more super chats, fellas. We got Mike Gardner just said thanks for honoring the young man's moment. $250 each for Ryan and Sean. Christmas bonus fund.
Let me make that note. I gotta add $250.
That was 250. So
no, I'm looking at it right now. Ryan getting his 250 taken off for dishonesty.
That's fine. Give Sean my 250. He's got it.
Okay. Oh, I'm keeping your 250. What are you talking about?
That's a good point. All right, another good point there.
Well, I'm keeping our 50% cut because they always say it's like you get 65%, but every time I've ever done the math on how much we get and how much they give us, it's never 65%. But anyway, it's all good.
Darn YouTube. Going to Clayton.
For those who have just adding, we have not announced the name of the quarterback. We have mentioned because there's some people that have jumped in late. We have mentioned that what we know is that a 2023 quarterback has decommitted from his school and will be flipping. We believe will be visiting and flipping to Notre Dame soon, but he is not someone who he has asked that he be allowed to have this moment, and we're going to allow it. I mean, it's out there. It's not a secret anymore, but we're going to still honor that request. So,
yep. Let me ask you guys a question because I'm here. Sure. I just saw something pop up with me being in Chicago. They have a new coaching staff in Chicago. They went to the bye week, and head coach Eberflus said, we went in and we self-scouted ourselves at every position. And all of a sudden, they came out the next week against the Patriots, and Justin Fields was like running the ball 15 times a game and just exploded his overall game in the next 3 weeks. When you start getting different types of quarterbacks, does the experience in that position as far as quarterback coach and OC kind of play into the ability to teach and develop different temperaments, different styles within the context of what you want to do on the grand scheme offensively? But maybe with this quarterback, I'm going to have to do it this way and take this path. And with these two guys, I can go this path and this route. Or is it really about just trying to get everyone in the room to fit what you do, because you talk about that a lot. Like a quarterback can be good, Brian, but if he doesn't fit what you're trying to do, or if the wide receivers don't fit what you're trying to do,
right?
What difference does it make that they're a 4-star or 5-star?
Right. It's like we've talked about with Clemson, right? I mean, they recruit these highly ranked kids. Now, some of those kids are like Joseph Magato is a really good player, and if he wanted to transfer to Notre Dame, I'd look at him for sure. He's a good football player, but he doesn't fit what they are trying to do. And so, what a good coach will do is it's got to be both, Sean. I mean, you can't build your offense around your quarterback if your quarterback doesn't fit what everybody else can do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and sometimes there's merit to maybe you play the quarterback. I mean, we saw this with Georgia last year. I mean, the most physically gifted quarterback they had was JT Daniels by a mile, but he didn't really fit what they're trying to be, who they're trying to be offensively. And so, you know, it's got to be a little bit of both, you know, and that's also why it's important to you know, really kind of make sure that you're recruiting the right kind of player. Like this has been one of Jimbo Fisher's biggest failures. He keeps recruiting these run throw quarterbacks. Like I'm drawing a blank on the kid that they just had a couple years ago and that got drafted. And then you've got Connor Wegman now. And Ryan, what's the kid's name that just got drafted? I cannot believe I'm drawing a blank. The quarterback that they had that got drafted right before Ian Book.
Kellen Mond.
Kellen Mond.
Yeah.
And then you don't fit your offense to him. And then you get Connor Wegman in there now, who's a really dynamic run throw guy, and you're trying to turn him as a true freshman to a drop back quarterback. It's like Haynes King's another example. That's a really athletic kid. And you're trying to ask him, it's like, why recruit these kids if you're going to then keep fitting them into this statue quarterback model that you're trying to build around? Like, start recruiting kids that are like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's, and we've seen that from Clemson, honestly. And that's why the best hope that they have to get back to being what they were was landing Cade Klubnik, because I feel like he can be that kind of guy that fits that system where DJ was not. Like I've said, if DJ at Wisconsin or a school like that's really good, I think he could be really good. DJ in the system that he's running there. So you have to, I think what happened at Clemson a little bit too, guys, is offensively they went away from what was working for them because they were real scheme specific with the kind of quarterbacks they went after. And early on with Trevor, they were smart to not, like Trevor was a really athletic kid coming out of high school, but they were smart early in his career not to ask him to do that too much. They didn't have him be more of a runner till he got, deeper in his career, like late 19 and then at 20. But you got to fit kids that fit your system, but you also have to surround that kid with kids that fit what he does. And so that doesn't mean every quarterback's got to be a cookie cutter, Sean. You can have enough flexibility player-wise to kind of, make some adjustments here and there. And I think that's what good teams do and bad teams don't. I mean, again, Jimbo Fisher being the most obvious example. You're recruiting a quarterback because this type of quarterback is successful in college football. But then yet you're not building your system around to fit. Like the way that they misused Kellen Mond for years was just like, what are you doing? Right? Mm-hmm. Like what, and they're doing the same thing with Haynes King. They'll do the same thing with Connor Wegman as long as Jimbo's there. Until Jimbo's willing to give up the offense and go hire someone that is a better fit for what his roster is, he's going to continue to have these problems. You
remember that Clemson Texas A&M game where Trevor Lawrence made his debut?
2018, yeah.
Kellen Mond played a really good game that day.
Mm-hmm.
Like you go watch that game. Kellen Mond looked really good. He was making plays with his legs, getting outside the pocket, and you were saying like, okay, maybe he's going to be something, but. It's almost like, look, my brother is one of the most fantastic, stylish dudes I've ever met. And I have so much jealousy when I watch him dress. But I'm wise enough to know that most of the things that he pulls off, I can't pull off. And sometimes that's coaching, right? You watch a kid, he can be fantastic, but you have to be honest with yourself and say, dang it, he just doesn't fit like I love everything about him, but he just doesn't fit what we do. So maybe I have to take a pass on him, you know?
Right.
And
that's
got to be tough as a coordinator and a recruiter. That has to be a tough position. Because like Ryan tells me all the time, like, dude, everybody has preferences. Everybody can fall in love with measurables and what you see by the eye. You can fall in love with a kid. You can fall in love with a Joseph Ngata. But
especially when a kid fits who you want as a kid.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you know, or it's a kid you can get. That's the other thing, too, is like we can get that kid. And that was always my concern with Avery Johnson, guys, because I love Avery Johnson as a player. But I just have a hard time seeing him thriving in the system that Tommy Rees runs. And he'd have to change so much of who he is in order to build around him. Whereas Tyler Buckner was a more natural passer coming out of high school than Avery Johnson was. And so I feel like that would work better. So
Avery Johnson is a really good fit with Kansas State, though. I think it is a really good fit for him offensively.
100%. I would have liked to get him here because I think I like this. He's a highly ranked guy, number one. Number two, he's a kid that could move to another position if he can't play quarterback. And there aren't a lot of quarterbacks like that. I mean, Avery Johnson's a legit Division I athlete. Forget quarterback. He's a legit Division I athlete.
He's a 4.5 kid.
He's who's dynamic with the ball in his hands. It's just, you know, let him develop and like you said, Ryan, he's going to and the emergence of Will Howard means he doesn't have to play next year.
Yes.
Which I think is good for him because Avery's a string bean. He's going to need to learn the position a little bit, you know, but maybe you can do with him next year a little bit like what Notre Dame did with Tyler Buckner last year. That'd be smart. I could see that.
He's one of those athletes that you try to get on the field at some capacity. Would make sense. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
We had Clayton Cassidy who just dropped a super chat, said just adding to everyone's bonus. Clayton, appreciate that. Brian, that's another $5 for me, $4.99 for Sean on the check there. Going now to
you guys aren't taking enough of the YouTube cutout of these numbers here, fellas.
From Matt Cathan. Cawthon? Sorry, Matt, if I'm mispronouncing it. Appreciate the super chat. He just said, I saw 2 dancing gifts. Is there a second player or just the quarterback? Brian, I know you talked about this on the post, but it is just one. Yes.
I put 2 gifts out, and it was kind of a play on words to me. And I don't mind explaining again because we have new people sign up, you know, when after explanations and things like that. So you're fine. If it's always one news that we get. The dancing gift is basically we got some good news, and so we're just trying to have some fun with it without guessing people's names. Just let the kid have his moment. We're gonna have some fun with it too, just because it's kind of like a hey, you know, get excited, be ready for it. And so for me, the joke was for those who aren't on the message board, I put 2 gifts up, and one is of Tupac dancing from the video I Get Around, and then the other one is Carlton Banks from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air doing his dance. And my joke is the Tupac one is how I think I look when I dance. And the Carlton one is how I actually look when I dance. So it's just kind of a joke. So that's why I put those 2 up. But yeah, but it's one. If there was a second kid that we were willing to put that out, we would have done a second one. So yeah, it's always one. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
but appreciate
somebody just said, Brian, you might as well just continue to use Tom Cruise from Tropic Thunder because that is you. You know that at the end of that was a horrible movie, but the scene at the end where Tom Cruise is dancing, that's pretty funny.
My buddies all love that movie, and I never got it.
There was only one character from that movie that I thought was funny, and I probably shouldn't have it because
No, I know where you're going. You're going to Iron Man. I know where you're going.
That was hilarious. I'm sorry.
Robert Downey Jr. Robert Downey Jr. Yeah.
What do you mean, you people?
He was hilarious.
He is funny.
Man, you're not black. It's so funny.
I thought Jack Black was pretty funny.
Yeah, I'm not a Jack Black just doesn't do it for me.
It was like stupid humor the first time. I'm like, all right, that's fine. I don't ever have to see it again.
Tom Cruise was the absolute best.
Yeah, he was pretty funny in that movie. And he was mean, that's a big name dudes in that movie. You had Bill Hader playing like a little side role. Matthew McConaughey was in that movie. Nick Nolte. That's some big names in that movie, man. But I just whatever.
Yeah.
It was what was Ben Stiller's the character that I just found, I don't know. I found that cringy.
I haven't seen that movie since, when did that come out? Was that like 2010, 2011?
Yeah, it was
like that,
really,
right?
really cringy. Ben Stiller to me is a much better sidekick in a movie. He's much better as White Goodman from Dodgeball than he is as a leading character. You know what I mean?
Fantastic.
Like, he needs a Robert De Niro to carry him like he did in Meet the Fockers, in my opinion.
Okay, I see. Because, dude, Tower Heist to me was funny. That's like one.
Yes, but look, he had Eddie Murphy, he had Matthew Broderick, like he had other people carrying him in that movie a little bit. You know, and like is it Michael Pena? He was hilarious in that movie.
He was hilarious in the movie. Yeah, like, he was.
Yes. That's what I kind of feel like.
He's hilarious in the Ant-Man series.
Yes. Mm-hmm. When he's explaining how he got him to go to the guy's house.
Like, get the truth on him.
Yeah, like I think Will Ferrell's kind of that way for me. Like, there's very, very rarely do I really like Will Fuller as a leading man. I would say Talladega Nights is probably the only one that I felt he was good as a leading man. Most of this, like Elf, I just can't. Step Brothers has funny stuff, but I just don't like it. I mean, it's kind of dumb.
Step Brothers is so funny.
I think John C. Riley or whatever his name is funnier than Will Ferrell to me.
Yo, man, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. The whole drum set thing.
Right, but who stole that scene though? It wasn't Will Ferrell, it was the other dude. That's my whole thing. Is like, I think the other guy's funnier. What's his name? Is it John? It's John C. Reilly, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I can see
Anchorman's the other one where he was the lead that was funny. But Anchorman 2 was awful. But I could argue that he was great in Anchorman, but like Paul Rudd's character was I mean,
hilarious.
60% of the time it works every time. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, folks, it looks like it just happened, Brian.
It did. So, everybody, we can now let you know of the worst kept secret now in college football. Kenny Minchey has decommitted from Pitt. He will visit Notre Dame this weekend. Let me publish that story here real quick, guys. This is a big one. This is a 4-star quarterback. This is a kid that ranks as the number 80 player in the country on the SI 99 ranking. And you guys know there were 2 people that were the primary drivers of that. It was myself and it was John Garcia. John Garcia loves Kenny Minchey because he saw him at the Elite 11 this summer. He is a very, very talented player. Big time quarterback, fellas, for me. And you went from 2 weeks ago. We're thinking like, dude, I mean, I should say this, a week ago, we're wondering if Notre Dame's going to get a quarterback that's worth a darn, to now you're getting Kenny Minchey. And guys, that's big. That is a big pickup. Will be a big pickup if things go through. He's going to visit this weekend. Things have to go appropriately this weekend, but the decision was made in mind of that Notre Dame is the school he is looking at. So go ahead, Ryan, because we'll get into kind of how this all came about.
Yeah, because I only have a few minutes. Unfortunately, got to pick up the daughter today. But can I just say,
you got us here, buddy. Brian? You got us here.
Can I say this though? Kenny Minchey, Kenny Minchey, Kenny Minchey, Kenny Minchey, Kenny Minchey. Sorry, I've just been waiting like 3 hours now to say the name. It's been awful, man.
So here's kind of how it all went down, guys. So obviously this is a kid that we like this summer. It's a kid that Notre Dame liked this summer. Somebody asked me last night, a buddy asked me somebody who also knew what was going on asked me what recruitment would I compare this to? Because Notre Dame tried to make a run at Kenny Minchey this summer, and ultimately he said no. He stuck with his Pitt commitment. And I say, the commitment it reminds me the most of is Drew Tranquil's. Because deep in his heart, Drew Tranquil always wanted to go to Notre Dame, but anyone that knows Drew Tranquil knows he's going to have a really hard time going back on his word. And that's ultimately what Kenny's been struggling with, is once Notre Dame got in the mix, that's where he wanted to go, but he's also a really honorable kid. He's a Notre Dame fan, big Notre Dame fan, family's a big Notre Dame fan. I talked to someone from Tennessee today, talked to a good friend of mine, guy I've known for a long time, and he said, part of this was the shoulder injury. So Kenny had a shoulder injury, nothing structural, just, my understanding is just like really like
Just
kind of
banged it
slightly
up a little
separated,
bit.
but it's just okay.
Yeah.
Came back, played in a playoff game, played really well, threw 4 touchdown passes. Nothing long term, but that kind of was like, this thing could be taken away from me at any moment. And the reality is there's a big difference academically between Pitt and Notre Dame, if we're being honest.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then the other part of it too was he's a Notre Dame fan and he watches their games. And I was told today that one of the things that really impacted him was he's sitting there thinking like, they got a great O-line. They got dudes at running back.
Mm-hmm.
They got talent receiver. And he's sitting there thinking like, if, like I could really, like they need a quarterback. You know what I mean? Like, I'm say you may not like that, but that was kind of the mentality is like, I could really shine there. I could really thrive there. And what I was told this yesterday and I had it confirmed today, Kenny Minchie actually reached back out to Notre Dame first. And then Tommy Rees and Chad Bowden really started to like push because he had told them no. He had told them, no, I'm sticking here. And so they kind of had to move on to other guys. There was some communication still happening, but it wasn't the same. He reached out and let them know through some different channels that he wanted to be at that he really was interested in Notre Dame. And if they were still interested, and as soon as Notre Dame heard that he might have interest, it was like, because like this is what it was like 2 weeks ago. It was like all these different directions of where are we going to go. They're looking into Jacoby Robinson. They're trying to flip Aaron Childs. They're looking at Aiden Gray. They're looking at Luke Dawson. And as soon as Kenny Minchie was like, hey, I'm interested, it was all like, zoop.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, okay, boom, this is where we want to go. I'm told that Coach Rees loves him. I'm told that Coach Freeman loves him. Chad Bowden loves him. Like once Kenny expressed interest in Notre Dame, it was like there was a no-brainer. This is where we're going. And this is what we got to try to make happen. Ryan, we got word last night that he decommitted from Pitt last night, not from Notre Dame sources, but from some sources closer or, around the Pitt side of things, Ryan. So if you want to kind of share that one.
Yeah, it was funny because obviously Brian had caught in wind of, everything kind of moving and circulating a few days ago. And then I had a conversation with an individual source on the Pitt side of things that kind of had reached out to me and just said like, hey, just a heads up. This is probably going to happen. This is probably going to happen that he had decommitted from Pittsburgh. They expected him to go to to take that next step to Notre Dame, to start looking that way, take a visit, all that good stuff. They didn't know exactly when the decommitment would happen 100%, but he had notified them yesterday that that he was decommitting from Pittsburgh, because we know, especially Brian, with him potentially taking a visit now, he would have to be a uncommitted player in order to visit Notre Dame, right? Officially. So that is it's kind of been moving fast. It's been moving really, really steadily here, but this was something that we were aware of, and we're excited to see kind of where the next step is with Kenny Minchie and Notre Dame.
Look, let me tell you something, man. John Garcia was there. My guy Malik was there for the last 2 days of the Elite 11. He couldn't stop talking about Kenny Minchie. And he just kept telling me, like, oh, he's the fit. He's the fit. Not necessarily he's better than this guy. He's better than that guy. He's like, Kenny Minchie is the right fit for Notre Dame. And he stood by that. And it's just good to see what we tell people all the time, man. What you do on the field matters in recruiting.
Yeah.
It was bad after Notre Dame started 0-2, but don't think what they've done recently has not mattered. Don't think that a kid that loves Notre Dame and his family loves Notre Dame, don't think the games have not been on.
Right.
And it's home. What happens on the field matters so much in recruiting. Now, it's not to say kids watch one game and then all of a sudden just decide like, oh,
right,
I'm going here, going there. But in situations like this, with context that Brian has just given us, it definitely played a part. And to see, look, Malika said this. He's like, if you had a home that you were trying to sell to the quarterback position, what's better than Notre Dame right now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like what? Whether it's transfer or recruiting. What else do you want?
Right.
You got these 2 tackles, this offensive line, these running backs, Harry Heastan, wide receivers coming in, wide receivers that'll be there next year that are going to be better. Like what else? What else could you want?
Right.
And
Yep.
I agree with him. And I guess Kenny Minchie has looked at the situation and kind of agreed on top of the fact of the academics situation that you pointed out. Look, as dire as everyone got about this class not having a quarterback.
And it was rightfully so. Rightfully so, guys. Let's be honest about that. Like, rightfully so. This a friend of mine, like, he only ever calls me when I'm doing recording a freaking show. I swear. It's like he waits till, he's doing a show. Let me call. No, look, Sean, 2 weeks ago, it was right to be concerned. But, there was a reason, like, early last week, we were like, hey, everybody, let's just chill out and let this quarterback thing play out because we had gotten wind that it was going to go in this direction. And so, rightfully so, Sean, that this is the way that it had to go. Because there were concerns, because you did miss on Dante, and because, you tried to get Kenny to flip, but he wasn't willing to do that because he wanted to honor his commitment, which is respectable. But at the end of the day, you got to do what's best for you, right? I mean, that's just the reality of it. And I know the Pitt people aren't happy and they're scrambling, but he's got to do what he's got to do. So the other thing too, Sean, is I was trying to get the story published when you were talking about Malik and him. Did you guys mention how all the coaches there, like we heard this from Trent Dilfer and other people, like there was nobody better on the board. There was nobody better with the mental part of it than Kenny Minchie. Did you mention that during that?
Yeah,
okay.
That is exactly what Malik was talking about. Like, full picture of what he was able to watch.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that. I was trying to get the story published and tweeted out. So I wasn't fine.
It's just that, I wanted to make sure that I mentioned he was not saying he's the most talented out of all the guys here at the Elite 11. But he talked about that right off the top. Like, look, he is the right fit. Like, this is a guy that Tommy can work. He's going to work with Tommy.
He fits. So let's so for those of you who may not know how high we are on him, I would encourage you to go back and watch the video that's on the YouTube channel. It's actually in the article that I just published, that we just published at Irish Breakdown about his decommitment. I actually put the video that we did this summer under there, and you can hear us praising Kenny Minchie. The interesting thing is, Sean, as a sophomore, I liked how he played, but I just didn't love his size and his arm. Like he didn't have a great arm. He wasn't real big. He grew about an inch to inch and a half as a junior, and his arm got bigger. So then all of a sudden the playmaking that I liked as a sophomore started to really take off as he grew into his body. But we broke him down this summer, Sean, and really like him. And here's what I like about him. He's an athletic kid, but he's a passing quarterback. Mm-hmm. He will use his legs when he needs to. He's a kid that you can run read zone with in the red zone, or if a team like Navy's blitzing hard off the edge, he can pull that sucker, get around and make a play. But he's a drop back quarterback who just happens to be athletic. You know what I mean? He's not a runner. He's not a dual threat guy. He is a passer who can also run, but not a guy you're going to design a lot of runs for. Very sturdy lower body. He can. The fit is this, Sean. Number one, he can sit in the pocket and rip you up. He can attack down the field. He throws over the middle of the field a lot more than you think from a lot of high school quarterbacks. He can also make plays off platform. There's a throw he makes where he kind of sidearms it and he just throws it out over a linebacker. You don't even see a receiver out there. Like, is he throwing his ball away? And all of a sudden a receiver just kind of runs under the screen and underneath it. You remember that play on his junior year film?
Yeah.
And, so that was kind of a thing there, is you like that part of it. And you need that in this offense. You need that guy that can kind of play off script and change arm angles to get a pass out and do all those type of things. And Tommy wants that kind of guy, but Tommy Rees needs a pocket passer. Mm-hmm. Now, CJ Carr is an athletic kid that can make plays off script and can make plays out of pocket, and you can design runs to, but he's a pocket passer. Right. So you're now seeing Tommy Rees, because I've always wondered, like, you kind of go some different directions on different types of quarterbacks.
Yeah.
What we're seeing in 23 and 24 now with Minchie, and it would have been this way with Dante Moore, is guys that are more consistent in their skill set. There's some differences, but they're passers that can move if you need them to.
Yeah.
And CJ is actually the more dynamic of all the three, of Dante, Kenny, and CJ. And this is why I liked Kenny more than Austin Novosad. Novosad might be higher ranked in like a top 100 type of list because he's, tall or whatever. But I've always liked Kenny Minchie because he brings that element of he can make plays with his legs when you need him to. And I think that's so important, Sean, in college football, is to have a quarterback that can when things break down, can move around. And I think that's really, really important. And that's why this is a big pickup for me. He's gone up the rankings and he's a top 100 guy on SI 99. He's a top 182 on ESPN, top 250-ish on On3 and 247. So he's not going to blow you away with the rankings other than SI 99, but this kid can flat out play. Kid can flat out play. Somebody just said something too. Kenny and Dante are closer to Bryce Young. That's very accurate in style of play wise. I mean, Bryce Young's a different cat, but style of play wise, yes, I would say that's accurate. Except Kenny's a lot thicker than Dante and Bryce Young. But this kid fits, and I'm glad Malik pointed that out, Sean, because it's so true. You can, and it's what we were talking about earlier. You can be a talented kid and not fit the offense. And what we've come to find out is Tommy, I think, has had a hard time figuring out how do I use Tyler Buckner's unique skill set. He doesn't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
Because you know what else you can sell to recruits right now if you're Tommy Rees? Hey, man, why don't you do me a favor? Go back to last year from about the USC game on and watch our offense and tell me you don't want to be a part of that. That's what I can do when I have a quarterback that can run my offense.
Yeah.
Now, we can be critical of, well, you should have done this, this, or this, but that's a great selling point. Look at the offensive line you're going to play behind. Look at the running back group that's there to protect you. Look at the receiver class we have coming in, and we're tight into you. What are we missing? Quarterbacks. And that's a great selling point.
Yeah.
Well, the offense this year is ugly, and they're still winning. And that's what Tommy's going to say. Look at last year. Look what I did with Jack Cohn, an undrafted free agent. Look what I did with Jack Cohn the last 6-7 games last year with an undrafted free agent. Look what we did to Oklahoma State's defense in the Fiesta Bowl. We threw for over 500 yards. Don't think those things are just irrelevant because it's a new year. You know what I mean, Sean? So that's why quarterbacks are looking, because of that. It's they see it. I mean, they see it.
And I think the one thing, and this is going to be quarterback speak because it's coming straight from Malik. He is someone that knows how to throw in the right situation and what to throw.
Yeah.
If he needs to add arc, he can add it. If he needs to throw a liner in there to fit it in, he can do that. He's accurate on the long ball. He was like, dude, that's something that most of the time, according to Malik, most of the time, that's difficult to teach. Yeah. Guys usually just have it.
It took Malik time to learn that because of the offense. He played in an option offense at Kettering Alter. He had to learn Malik could throw a great deep ball with great touch. I mean, Malik and Deshaun threw two of the best deep balls I've ever seen because he threw that a lot in high school. But that drag route that you got to get over top of a linebacker, that's something Malik had to learn, and it's hard to learn. And I think that's partly why Malik appreciates that, is because he does know how hard that is to teach a kid, because he had to be taught that, and now he has to teach that. Yeah. So, yes, very natural feel for the position, Sean. And that's where Malik is getting at. The kid just gets it in a lot of ways. And when you have a kid, Sean, that can throw here, and here accurately, and that's the modern quarterback, Sean. And in Tommy's offense, a guy that can run when you need him to, but not a runner, is also very important.
Yeah, that's why that come to Bryce Young is really good, because Bryce Young moves to get an avenue to make a throw. It's very rare that he just takes off. He moves to get a pass off first, and then if he's forced to run, he's athletic enough to go ahead and do damage. Yeah.
Well, and Malik too has seen him on film and in person too.
And in person, yep.
That's the other thing, and so having that double thing, I want to see film first, and in person second. But if you can see both, I want to see both, because that's where you can kind of get in a kid's head. You can challenge him a little bit. You can see how he handles, because I think the first day was like super windy. And you can see like, how does this kid throw? I mean, you saw his hair, just like him and Dante's hair just like blowing all over the place because how windy it was. How does this kid handle the elements?
You almost couldn't tell them apart.
Right.
On film until you saw the throwing motion. It was like, okay.
Yeah. And the thicker lower body. Kenny's got a thicker lower body. Yeah. He's a very sturdy built kid. He really is. He really is. So there's a lot to like about this one, Sean. There really is. There's a lot to like about this kid's game. And and to your point, he's a Notre Dame fit from everything we've heard. And that's what Malik was saying. And it's not the Notre Dame fit thing that when you're talking to a former Notre Dame player, when he talks about fit, he's not just talking about fit in the offense.
No.
He's talking about fitting at Notre Dame. And he's also the home of, the last Notre Dame player to come to Notre Dame from Pope John Paul II.
Would that be Golden Tate?
That would be Mr. Golden Tate.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And from what we've heard, the shoulder's going to be fine. It was nothing structural. It wasn't anything like that. It wasn't that kind of issue, Sean. So, hey, let's get back to some of these questions because some of these are going to be a little bit related to this. But I want to say this first, Sean. This is the final. If they can finish this off, because he has not committed to Notre Dame yet, right? He's going to visit Notre Dame this weekend. We think things are going to go well. If they're able to seal the deal, this is the great kind of final piece to this puzzle. This also helps you with landing Caleb Smith down the stretch too, because now he has a quarterback in his class.
Absolutely.
It also helps if there was any lingering doubt at all in any of the current offensive commits' minds. This helps because this is a kid they know. This isn't some like kid nobody's ever heard of that had great senior film, Sean, that you're hoping can develop into a big time player like Jacoby Robinson, who I love Jacoby Robinson's upside.
Right.
But he's not a kid anybody really knows. You know what I mean? Like, so, but this is a kid that's a known kid. He's a known commodity. He's a highly ranked kid. He's been at all the events. And it's gonna be impactful. There's no doubt. There's no doubt.
Let me just say this to kind of double down on what you talked about the family connection. When Malik got back from the Elite 11, he did a film breakdown on Lucky Lefty, and the first person to retweet it was Kenny Minchie's mom.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I was like, at that point in time, I was like, yo, they might have a chance to flip him. But you talk about the standard that Kenny Minchie operates by. It held Notre Dame off initially, but
right,
he just couldn't resist what he really wanted to do in his heart.
Right. And it says a lot. It says a lot about the kid. It really does. It really does. That he does have a hard time with this. But that's going to be, people talk about like, Tommy Rees developing quarterbacks and all that. I think Tommy Rees as a young quarterbacks coach. I think Tommy Rees is a better coordinator right now than he is a quarterbacks coach.
Yeah.
But what I think we have seen was if he can get a kid that fits his style, he can develop that kid better. Like I think he got the most out of Ian Book. I do.
Agreed.
And we saw what Jack Cohn did at the second half of last year. Now, Jack was developed in the technical ways by somebody else, but Jack was not a shotgun quarterback. Tommy Rees turned him into a shotgun quarterback. Jack was an under center, play action pass, throw it 20 times a game quarterback. He wasn't a throw for 500 yards against a number 12 pass defense in the country quarterback. You know what I mean, Sean? And so this kid fits what he does. And that's important too, Sean. You got to find a kid that fits what the coach is good at coaching.
Yeah.
That's true Harry Heastand's it's the reason Harry Heastand picks certain kids because he wants kids that's going to fit his coaching style.
Right.
That's really important. It's really important, man. Really important. It's a big pickup, man. And there's a lot of consensus too, right? Like Malik loves him. You love him. I love him. I mean, when I called Sean last night, told him the news.
I went crazy. Look, IB Nation, I went crazy. So you're well within your rights to be going crazy right now. You know why, Brian? I would have been happy if this had taken place a month ago.
Yeah.
But like you pointed out, things had gotten to a point with the quarterback situation where it was like, come on, man. Like, I don't know. Are we really going to sign this historical class without a quarterback?
Right.
And the fact that the young man is the one that initiated the communication once again.
And they did the work once it happened. I mean, like I don't want to take away from from Tommy and Chad and the work the staff did. I mean, the kid told them no.
Yeah.
And they had kept in contact and they kept the channels going, but it was more like the same way they are with Jackson Arnold, like, hey, good luck this weekend. It wasn't like the push because the kid had said, no, I'm not flipping.
Right.
And because like they have their, so I'll reveal this. There were some conversations going on with Austin Novosad's. There was some contact there because he's potentially thinking about some things. There's other quarterbacks that have expressed interest recently. And this is the kid they zeroed in on for a reason.
Yeah.
And what I was told, everybody was on board with it. That's the one thing I was told, and that's important. It couldn't have been a thing where Tommy Reese wanted this guy and Chad wanted this guy and Marcus Freeman wanted this guy. That's where you kind of get in some hairy situations. Once Kenny, it was realized that Kenny was open for business. It was everybody's like, okay, that's our guy. You know what I mean, Sean? And that's so important. So important for a evolving staff. And so great work to get the job done with the staff. Great job and really too, like they deserve a ton of credit too for being able to put this class together without a quarterback. Because I'll say this, Sean, speaking of Kenny Minchie, I'm pretty sure we said this summer.
Mm-hmm.
If you'd have lost on Dante when they did, got CJ, and then a month later landed Kenny Minchie, I'd have no issues about quarterback recruiting in Notre Dame. None.
Yeah.
I'd have been fine. Like, yeah, you didn't get your guy, but it'd have been a lot like what we talked about with the Will Shipley. You missed out on Will Shipley, but who'd you end up with? Logan Diggs and Aldrich Estime. You didn't get your number one guy. I'm not going to sit here and tell you Kenny Minchie's better than Dante Moore as a prospect. Dante Moore was my number one quarterback coming into this year, right? I haven't seen a lot of his senior film. What I have is not impressive. Kenny's had the shoulder. But what I'm saying to you is it's not always about getting the number one guy. It's about getting a dude you can go compete for championships with. And Dante wasn't the only guy you can do that with. So yes, you didn't get your guy, but you got a kid you like a lot. Because here's the deal: at a position like quarterback, you can only have one. At some point in time, you got to say, "Hey, we got to figure out who the one we're going to go for is." And they went for Dante, and they didn't get him. And so, okay, what do you do next? Well, this is what you do, right? I mean, Alabama brought Tua Tagovailoa and Mac Jones into the same class, and guess which one won a title, and guess which one didn't as a starter. I know Tua came off the bench in 17, but Tua never won a title as a starter. 18-19, they didn't win one. Mac Jones. The point is, Tua was the guy in that class, but they also liked Mac Jones.
Yeah.
And they were able to have a lot of success with Tua and even more success in the 1 year Mac Jones. And that's what quarterback recruiting is supposed to be about. And so this is the first time, in my opinion, since the 14 and 15 classes that Notre Dame has landed back-to-back big-time quarterbacks, in my opinion. And that was Deshaun and Brandon. It was really, if you want to get technical, it was really back-to-back-to-back-to-back really good quarterbacks.
Really was. Yeah.
With the highest ranked guy of those being the guy that would be least on my list. You had Evan 2011.
Yeah.
You had Gunnar Kiel in 2012, who would be fifth on my list of the five. You got Malik in 13. Deshaun in 14 and Brandon in 15. And Ian Book was not the prospect those guys were, but they got him in 16.
Yep.
And then it was Avery Davis and then Phil Dracovic and then Cade McNamara and Brendan Clark. And then, then you get Drew Pine and then Tyler Buckner, big time, and then Angeli. It's just been a bit of a roller coaster since Wimbush.
Yeah.
Now you've got 2 years in a row, in my opinion, that you're getting really good football players. Like, can Notre Dame win a championship with CJ Carr? Heck yes. Can Notre Dame win a championship if they can develop Kenny Minchie? Heck yes. And that's the key, Sean. What if CJ gets hurt? What if he doesn't pan out? Well, now you've got two really good players.
Right.
Well, what if Kenny Minchie gets hurt or doesn't pan out? Well, you got CJ Carr. I mean, that's why it's important to land two guys in a row. And so I'm for Notre Dame, I think this is big, Sean. This is big. And I know how happy you were last night. It was hilarious. Sean started singing gospel songs last night on the phone with me last night. He started literally praising Jesus when we were on the phone last night, talking about this kid, what this kid was about to do. It was hilarious. And I'm not joking, am I, Sean?
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Yo, can I just so for those that might feel like, oh, okay, I was hoping it was Dante Moore. I was hoping it was this guy. He's not a 5-star. Look, man, he's an Elite 11 finalist. That means he's one of the best 11 quarterbacks that was invited to compete out in California, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just to give you a sense of that, the 2020 Elite 11 finalists, Tyler Buckner, Demetrius Davis, J.J. McCarthy, Drake May, Cal McCord, Miller Moss, Caden Salter, Caleb Williams. That's just so
pretty good names in that list.
That lets you know the company that he stands in as a signal caller and how respected he is by those that evaluate the position.
Yes.
So he's a finalist. He's a dude.
Yeah.
He's a dude. I don't care how he ranks in connection with others. I think Caleb Williams was not ranked as high as most of those guys on that list going into the Elite 11, but he's a pretty good player right now.
Right.
So,
Sean, let's talk about this part of it too. The big concern coming into this month of recruiting was this is one of the deepest quarterback classes I've seen. Like in my years of following recruiting, like absolutely one of the deepest. I don't know if there's there's no Trevor Lawrence in this class, in my opinion. Like Arch isn't that, Nico's not that, Malachi's not that, Dante's not that. It's just the depth of really good quarterbacks. And you're sitting here in a situation where you're not going to get one.
Right.
And that was a problem. And they're getting it. And that's the thing, is they're getting that guy now. This is one of the kids that is on the preferred list of, okay, you can do some stuff with that kid, right? You get outside the top 10 to 15 and you're like, okay, good players, but Kenny Minchie's in that top 10 to 15 list, in my opinion. Yeah. And boy, this is a big, big one for Notre Dame, Sean. Big one for Notre Dame.
Look, and you talked about it. It's about stacking that quarterback room.
Right.
Now you have Minchie, CJ, the Tech. You still have Bryce J. Underwood that you're looking at 25 and other guys on the board. So that they brought in. Heck, they brought in was Dia Bell for 26 for the Clemson game.
Right.
That's the change that needs to happen. And I say this all the time because we can sit here and talk X's and O's and analyze. Tommy Rees knows what needs to be done. He knows. He knows what needs to change in that quarterback room. He knows. And he knows that it will become easier and better for him if he gets it right. As far as getting the right guys.
Mm-hmm.
He knows. So it impacts him. A lot of people act like, oh, Tommy Rees doesn't. He wants to get it right. Tommy Rees wants to get it right. He wants to have an offense that puts up 40 a game. He definitely wants that.
Well, and this is a kid that can do it within the system that Tommy wants to run, and Marcus, Coach Freeman, wants to run as well.
Yeah.
Which is, you can be a running team and things along those lines as well. But you just couldn't. You couldn't come out of this class without a top quarterback. You just couldn't.
No, you couldn't.
You couldn't. I mean, it would have been it would have just dragged everything else about this class down. Like, hey, you got the best running back room in the country, arguably. You've got, second best running back class in the country, or third. It's in that conversation, right? You've got a best receiver class in the country, at worst, second best, right? You got the best offensive line class in the country, at worst, second or third best, right? Like, you're in that conversation. Really good defensive class, but you don't have anybody to throw them the ball. I mean, you can't win that way. And so that's what makes this one very important, is to be able to go out and get a kid like this is important, but you just couldn't afford to go into this situation, guys, and not get a quarterback in this class. Yeah. And on top of the fact that you missed out on your top guys from last year. you could not afford to do it both years. And you got a solid kid last year, and now you got a kid that's got a little bit more of a playmaker. And then next year you've got one of the 3 or 4 best quarterbacks in the entire country next year. And so, I mean, it's getting back on track. People can hate on Tom Rees all they want, and I get it. And there's some reasons to be frustrated, but look, the reality is there. End of the day, when come signing day, I believe they're going to be in a position where they're going to get a darn good quarterback. Again, there's finishing to be done, right? So just so people understand that maybe you're just joining the show, there has not been a commitment to Notre Dame. Kenny Minchey did not commit to Notre Dame. There is a visit that is coming up this weekend that's going to be very important. What we do know, however, is that the decommitment happened with the thought that this was going to be the next move. Is as long as things go well, he wasn't making this move to reopen his commitment. The understanding is he's doing this to potentially, kind of have this is where Notre Dame is going to be. And we're saying that knowing that we've been told we're allowed to kind of draw those dots. That's the reason we're talking about it, even though he hasn't committed. So, it's not that we're taking the kid's moment. This is kind of what we've been kind of given the okay to discuss. So, Sean, they got their quarterback. They got their quarterback.
We were wondering. We didn't know who it was going to be, but we felt like that they would get somebody. At least I'm
not gonna lie, I was getting nervous.
Nervous.
Yeah. Because like who would it have been to? Okay, I want to hear this. This will be good.
I give credit to our guy over at CFB Nation. Once again, go to CFB Nation. Great content, Lucky Podcast. John Garcia, who is the recruiting guru. Tons of great content. College football, CFB Nation. Go. Apple, Spotify, YouTube. Go subscribe right now. Also on Spotify. He put out 2 videos last week about this being the perfect season, and he predicted that up to 8 quarterbacks would switch. And I said, wow. Now, he only specifically talked about 3 in this particular video, but he predicted, if I'm not mistaken, he said 6 to 8 quarterbacks more than likely will flip. I said, wow. And I didn't know that this was happening, behind the scenes, that he had reached out to Tom Rees and Notre Dame. But it just goes to show you the volatility of the quarterback position, which he points out, like, this is just one of those classes. You talked about how great this quarterback class was and how much of a shame it would have been for Notre Dame not to end up with a quarterback with one of the classes that is pretty plentiful, with pretty good quarterbacks. Even if you don't get one of the top guys, there are some guys that are still pretty good that you can get. And to get a guy that's not so much a prospect as the ones that we thought we were trending to, it's the best. After that Dante decommit, it's a heck of a – and Dante decommits and you lose out on Austin Novosad. This is a great recovery.
Which also, the Novosad thing was they were kind of 1A, 1B. They liked both of them. Some people like Minchey more. Some people like Novosad more at the time. The Novosad reason he got more of the push is because he was more open at the time to flipping than Kenny was. So it wasn't so much that they liked Novosad over Kenny Minchey. It was that it was more likely that Novosad was willing to be movable from Baylor. He was open. He was very open about the potential of not. He recommitted to Baylor. There was no recommitment from Kenny Minchey. There was only one school he was going to look at.
Yeah.
That's it. And it's the one he's, going to visit this weekend. So it's a different animal.
So basically what you're saying, because some people might panic, look, he did not open it up for this to just be, let me go check out a bunch of schools.
Right.
But no one should commit. No one should buy a home without going to see it.
Right.
And it's the same thing. Him and his parents are doing what they have to do. This has to be done.
Yeah.
Right. And I doubt. I look, knowing the track record of Chad Bowden this year, I'm pretty much sold that the weekend is going to be a pretty good weekend for the Minchies. I'm pretty much sold on that.
Yeah. I mean, that's what they're coming for, right? And that's what they're coming for. Say, well, what if he comes and they have a bad performance on offense? I promise you he's seen every bad performance on offense they've had this year.
He's seen the Marshall game has been on in his house.
The Stanford
game,
second half of Navy.
Absolutely. So if he's showing up after that, yeah, that's not the deciding factor.
Yeah. Somebody said, did I hear Saturday that Notre Dame now has the record among FBS teams for most blocked punts in the season? No. Notre Dame, I saw someone from Notre Dame responded to Tim Priester about this because Tim was asked about this. Because none of us, Tim and I have joked before, like we'll ask each other questions like, hey, do you know this? And like we don't know the answer. And it's like, man, just another example of why we miss Lou so much because we would have known. But they had 11 once back in the 70s. 11 kicks. I don't know if it's 7 punts, but it was 11 kicks, like total kicks. So I don't know how many of those punts or field goals or whatever. But Sean, I want to get to some questions here, so as we kind of work through these questions to get through this. But we dragged it on as long as we could, hoping that he would say something. During the show. This is what I wanted, Sean. I want to read his statement because there was nothing in there. Listen to what's lacking in the statement. I'm going to read the statement, Sean, and you tell me what's missing. I want to thank Coach Narduzzi, Coach Signetti, Coach DiBiaso, and the rest of the coaching staff at Pitt for believing in me and providing me with an opportunity to play college football. After prayer and conversations with my family, I've decided to decommit from the University of Pittsburgh. Thank you to everyone who's helped me and supported me through this hard decision. There's nothing. What's missing, Sean? You just talked about it.
What most people say, I'm reopening my
bingo. It's not in there.
No.
It's not in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not in there.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see how this one goes. Yeah. So the next let's get to these questions, Sean. So we have one from Let Manager 1. IB is about to have its first and another thing episode. Again, I want to hold off. I did not hear Ryan going off on the news being broken, but again, I want to hold off on that because we don't know if that person was given the okay to talk publicly about it, right? It doesn't change the overall thing of this is what they do, but we without knowing if he was given the okay to do that, I want to hold off on being critical of that person. I understand Ryan's frustration because we've been dealing with this a lot this year, and 9 times out of 10 that people are not given permission to do that. But I don't care much for the person who broke it, but I also know that person, it's not a normal thing for him to do that. So part of me wonders if there was an okay given, like I'll let you break it and then I'll release it later. We've had that happen before with us where someone says, yeah, you guys put it out first and then we'll follow it up. So I just want to hold off on that a little bit. It doesn't change the overall issue that I have with the national services, but every case is an individual case, Sean. Every case is different. Yeah. And that'd be my only thing. But I understand where Ryan's coming from.
This feels so good to see all the recruits reaching out to him, retweeting this. Oh man, this is one of those days that makes it all worth it. Like this is a grind. Yes, people understand this is a grind every day that we do. Just not only doing shows, but just reaching out, talking to kids, gathering information. And it's days like this that makes it well worth the grind. I can't wait for December 21st. I can't
no doubt.
I can't wait.
Got another super chat from John Gallagher. John says, thoughts on rotating Army and Navy. I am okay rotating Army, but I'm not rotating Navy. Navy is a unique animal. It's not so much that they're just playing a service academy. They're playing the service academy that was the driving force behind Notre Dame even staying open as an institution and Notre Dame even existing as an entity. So, I mean, Sean, it's kind of like this. Like, at what point in time do you stop thanking someone for saving your life? Like okay, I've thanked you 45 times. Enough is enough.
Enough is enough.
Like you'd always be dead. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those things. Like, there's a very important death in my life that has brought salvation to me, and I don't say, okay, well, I said thanks once, so now I'm moving on. Right? No, that death was a permanent thing. The after effects of that was a permanent thing. I think some people know what I'm talking about there, right? You don't say, well, I've thanked you enough. Appreciate you. Moving on now. And that's kind of what Navy did for Notre Dame. And that can't be dismissed because we don't like the triple option. Just for me, it's not. But I know other people have different opinions on that.
Like you said, some things are bigger than football, man. Navy, stop. I hope people aren't trying to say Navy hurts the strength of schedule.
Not many people say that. I think most people say it doesn't help, but it's just a lot of people just don't like the triple option.
Look, as long as we stay healthy in these games, you understand that if you understand the history, then you wouldn't. Then it's really enough to understand why.
Sean Kennedy with a super chat. Thank you, Sean. You guys are the best. Thank you for all you do. Go Irish. You are very welcome, Sean. We appreciate you and thank you for your super chat very much. David Carpenter, the super chat. Thank you very much, David. Donating to the bonus pool in honor of Narduzzi's head exploding. That is a great super chat, David. Very well done. Very, very well done.
That is so important. I was telling Brian, he had kind of hinted to me like a week ago that something was bubbling. Mm-hmm. And then he told me last night. But I was reading a story from a Pittsburgh newspaper last week, and it was talking about how locked in Kenny Minchie was and that he was an early enrollee. That's another great thing about this. He's an early enrollee if he commits to Notre Dame. And I was like, then you hit me last night. I'm like, wait a minute. I thought they said he was locked in. So that's just how quick everything is kind of absolutely.
I've been trying to hide it the whole show, but now it's like, this is what he is, Sean, in my opinion. He is. But yes, it kind of came out because it was funny as you'd see people commenting on the board and stuff were like, well, it's not Kenny Minchie because he's locked in at Pitt. I mean, I can't tell how many times I've seen that bit. Like, well, it's not him. And I'm like,
right.
I don't know. I know nothing. Right. You know what I mean? So, yeah. I still like the Narduzzi's head explode. I'm not a big Pat Narduzzi fan.
That's the best.
JP Buellsfeld, why no Air Force on the schedule since 2011? They have played them. I thought they played them in 13. Yeah, they played them in 13.
13, yeah.
Because Will Fuller caught a long touchdown pass. But the point stands. I don't know. They just don't have the history with the Air Force that they have with Army and Navy.
But that was right around the time the ACC.
Right. That's true.
Scheduling came in.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point, Sean. You don't have as many games to work with. Mm-hmm. You can't use all your open games for service academies. Right. And the other thing, too, is Air Force is in a conference, has been for a long time. They have fewer non-conferences to work with, too.
Yeah.
And so, whereas Army's been an independent for a long time, they've been like in and out of different leagues, but they've mostly independent. Navy's been an independent up until recently, but that series isn't going anywhere. Air Force doesn't have the same history with Notre Dame, so there's not the need to force Notre Dame onto the schedule and vice versa.
Right.
Because I don't think Navy hurts Notre Dame's strength of schedule. I mean, as we've said, there's twice in Brian Kelly's tenure since 2015 that Navy was the best win he had from a ranking standpoint. So some years it hurts, but some years USC's hurt your strength of schedule. Some years Stanford's hurt your strength of schedule. Heck, last year Florida State hurt their strength of schedule. So it just varies year to year. But I just think it's the lack of history, honestly. Because remember now, Notre Dame and Army used to play each other a decent amount. They had some historic battles back in the four. I mean, wasn't the win one for the Gipper game? Wasn't that against Army? Just win one, just one for the Gipper. I think that was against Army. But if you go to this Winsipedia, which is one of my favorite sites, Notre Dame has played Army 51 times. We obviously know how many times they've played Navy. It's a bunch. It's 93, 95 actually, because the two canceled games.
It was against the Army.
That's what I thought. And Notre Dame's only played Air Force 29 times, so it's a lot less. Now, they've played Air Force a bunch, but compared to the other two service academies, it's not in the same thing. And, they had a bunch of games that were kind of played in a period. So from like 72 is when they first started playing annually.
Yeah.
And they played every year up until 92. They didn't play in 92 and 93. Then they played 94, 95, 96. And then 2002, 6, 7, 11, and 13. So you had some history there, but what changed around 1991, Sean, that was different. That's when conference expansion started happening the first time.
Yeah.
From like 90 to 93, 94 is when teams started kind of having their conference expansions and things like that. And I'm trying to see what year it was that Air Force joined the conference they're in.
Yeah.
They joined, let's see, they were an independent till 1980. They were in the WAC from 80 to 98. And so then they joined, so they've been in a conference quite a while, but the WAC was a little bit different than the others. So, but yeah, it's interesting. Very interesting. Let's get to some more questions here, Sean. Let's work through these so we can get rolling. I do want to get these questions. How many current Notre Dame 2023 recruits can jump to 5-star status? 5-star status, Sean, for not upside grade, just ranking, to me, there's really only 2 for sure. For me, it's Peyton Bowen and Charles Jagasaw. I don't think anybody else is like. There's a lot of top fit. Drake Bowen's a top 50 guy for me. Jaden Osbury's a top 50 guy for me. Braylon James is a borderline top 50 guy for me when you include his upside as part of it. There's a lot of top 50 to 100 guys, but I don't know if I would go beyond 2 for 5-star now. Now, there's a lot of 5-star upside grades, which we do, but not a lot of guys that are there now. Jagasaw wasn't even for me until his senior season. His senior film jumped him into 5-star status for me. And so did Peyton Bowens, because he was 4.5-star coming into the season, and he quickly and easily jumped into 5-star.
I can't wait for you. You know how you rank the class. This is going to be one of your toughest.
It's going to be tough.
Yeah,
it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have to explain to people, like, look, this kid ranks 10th on the offensive side of the ball, but this kid's really freaking good because it's just how good this offensive class is.
Right.
So, yes, it's boy. And no, I've never had Brendan Vernon as a 5-star. I like Brendan Vernon quite a bit, but I never thought he was a 5-star. He's good, but not a 5-star. And Rivals was, I think, the only one that had him as that. So, next question, Sean. We did have a couple more super chats down here. From D-Troll Hunter, thanks for staying patient with all of our BS. It's all good, man. That's what we're here for, right? So we understand. People wanted to know, man, and we thought it was going to be at 2, and it ended up not coming for like 2 hours. So when you consider the patience you needed, I actually think people, for the most part, were pretty good about it, for the most part. JP Buellsfeld follows up. Do you agree that Notre Dame versus Air Force 2000, Glenn Earl blocks the 25-yard field goal, and then Joey Getherall scores winning TD in overtime was a great one? Yeah, didn't he score on a reverse? If I remember correctly, didn't he score? Joey Getherall, I think that was a reverse. Like they ran like an option looking play, and then he ran back.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of how that game went down. So I'm going to look up the highlights right now. So yeah, it's 28-28, and Glenn Earl blocks a kick. I'm watching it now. Is that Tony Driver running right down the middle? So Glenn Earl blocks it. We go to overtime, and Navy kicks a no, they're still on the block. Let's get to overtime. Yeah, I was right. They ran speed option and then ran a reverse to Joey Getherall, and then he ran it into the end zone for a touchdown to win it. So yeah, Notre Dame won 34-31. I remember that game, Sean, and so yeah, that was a heck of a game. But I guess it wasn't necessarily, I wouldn't call it great because it's kind of like, why are you struggling to beat Air Force? Why do you need overtime to beat Air Force?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
yeah. I'm not sure. Okay, let's get to some next ones. And thank you, JP. Thank you very much for the super chat, buddy. We appreciate you. Coach Vic asks, are we recruiting Bryce Underwood? They are, but I also think they know that that's going to be a tough uphill battle. And so there's a lot of other kids on the board too, Sean. It's going to be tough getting him out of Michigan, from what I've been told, and then definitely getting him to Notre Dame. So, yeah. Here's one for you, Sean, from Jay Henry. Are we still in the Justin Scott battle?
Yeah. It's a battle.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
That's the frustration, but yes. Yep. Let's see here from Milton Fan 15. Oh, does Braden Lindsey seem like a new player this year? I thought that before the Navy game since Chancey took over. Yeah. And that's the disappointing thing about how some Notre Dame fans have treated him this year because of one drop against Marshall. As you have no clue how good that kid's production would have been this year with better quarterback play. It would have been nuts. Sean, he's 1,000 yards, and I didn't think he was capable of this. He plays so much more than I thought he was capable of playing, like just for volume wise. And he is open. He should have at least 5 50-yard touchdowns this year. Not all, and I'm not even talking hypothetically.
I can agree
I'm not
with
even
that.
talking hypothetically like, okay, if they would have called this play. I'm just talking about plays that they have ran that we have seen him open that if they simply block or throw are touchdowns.
Yeah.
Ohio State and Marshall are the first two that pop in my head.
Right.
You know, he had his 38-yard touchdown this week ended up working out, but like it should have been an over the shoulder dropping 5 yards past the guy touchdown.
Right. Easy.
Right? I mean, he's open so much and it's frustrating because and then Notre Dame fans, oh, he sucks, and it's just like, you know. And then what's funny is I've had people who are very hard on Braden Lindsey, and then they'll go to a game and then come back and hit me up in DM like, hey, man, you know, I see what you're talking about, Braden Lindsey. That dude's open all the time. Yep. You know, like, yep, he is. He is. But, yeah, he's a good football player. And, yeah, I think having Coach Stuckey has helped. And Coach Freeman has helped. I think that's helped as well. And kudos to Braden for staying locked in all year when he wasn't getting the ball. Because other kids wouldn't have been as focused to be able to make the catch. They'd have tuned out. Look at Lorenzo Styles' attitude, not getting the ball compared to Braden Lindsey's. Lorenzo Styles getting the football a whole lot more than Braden Lindsey. You know, and if anybody should be mad, it's Braden Lindsey. Because, like, dude, this is my last year. You get more craps at this. I'm done after this year, most likely. And he's been great, you know, and just I would like to see him get rewarded the last 2 games with a little bit more production. Laker Irish, what is tight end looking like in the future, both players-wise on the roster and recruiting? Well, player-wise, Sean, I think they're in pretty good shape. You've got Mitchell Evans as a sophomore. You've got the freshman. You've got Kane Barong, and we'll see what the future holds for Kane. But in the freshman class, you've got Holden Stace, who's going to be a really good one. Eli Raridan's going to be a good one as long as his knees hold up. You've got Cooper Flanagan, who's a 4-star, borderline, like top 150 kind of kid. And then you got Jack Larson committed in the 24 class. And then they recently offered a kid in the 24 class named Carter Nelson. Sean, have you seen this kid? Have you seen Carter Nelson?
I have not.
He is a 2024. You're going to love this one, Sean. He's a 2024 quarterback, a tight end from Nebraska. He plays 8-man football. After we're done, I'm going to send you some Twitter links of him, Sean, taking a basketball, jumping, catching a basketball, and windmilling it for a dunk in a game.
And what's his name?
He's like 6'4", 205. He missed a dunk in a game where he tried to Vince Carter go between his legs. He just lost it late in a game. Kid's got sick athleticism, but he plays in this little tiny school 8-man football. Notre Dame just offered him recently. I think they'd like to put him and Jack Larson in a class together. So that's one position, Laker Irish, that you don't have to worry about. Barring everybody working hard and health being somewhat good, there's no Michael Mayer on the roster right now, but they're going to be just fine. They're going to be just fine. Mike Zimmerman said, "Can we all have Virginia in our prayers and families and friends?" Absolutely, Mike. That is an absolutely horrific situation, and just almost like Sean, even hard to just even like contemplate.
Yeah, it was kind of hard to discuss earlier, and I don't care. It's one of those things that you have to discuss because of what we do, but it's devastating. Like my heart really goes out to anyone connected to that program, the school, the players that unfortunately lost their lives. Even the young man that was in the mental space he was in.
Yeah.
To commit the crime. My heart goes out to him as well.
Can't imagine. I mean, I've had my best friend lost his life to gun violence, and it is a painful thing to deal with. And that's just my best friend. I couldn't imagine, a parent with a son with so much in front of them having to deal with that. It's just incredibly tragic. I won't say anything else about it in regard to, because I just want to see, what happened, why, what's the circumstances before I comment on anything further. But it's just unnecessary and sad and tragic, and just we have way too much of that, and without addressing what I believe are the real root causes of why this happened so much, which isn't what some people say it is. We'll get into that. But and then at first it was they thought it was one football player and then two other students who haven't been named, and then eventually they named all three of them. They were all football players, and the kid who did the shooting was a former football player. So just very tragic, very tragic. Ian Johnston, mailbag. Rank these offenses: Iowa, Miami, Texas A&M. Oh gosh, Miami 1, A&M 2, Iowa 3. Or would you put Iowa 2? Because Iowa's offense is playing better lately. Wouldn't you agree? Compared to the other trash.
Well, you know what? I wouldn't have a problem with putting Iowa 1, just from the other schools are trying to find their way.
Sure.
Right. I think Iowa, they'll have some down years, but pretty consistent. They're going to run the ball. They're going to produce really good tight ends. And good running backs and good offensive linemen. So
I was just looking at it from this year is the way I was looking at the question. It's just this year.
But you're right. They have recovered.
Yeah. I mean, 33, 24, and 24 in their last 3 games. And they won them all. And they've yet to I take it back. They had 146 yards of offense in their win over Wisconsin. I take it back. They almost got the 400 against Wisconsin, though, 398. But yeah, they were going better. They had 6.5 yards per carry or per play against Purdue, and then they go out and play Wisconsin. They have 52 rushing yards, 94 passing yards, and 1. Oh my gosh. How many turnovers did Wisconsin have in that game? I didn't watch that game. Did they just turn the ball over a bunch?
I didn't watch the game.
Is that what happened? Yeah, 3 turnovers. They had 3 turnovers in that game. That's bad.
And it's already rumors of their running back, Braylon Allen, being in the transfer portal.
Yeah, and he pushed back on that a little bit in an article I saw. But it was an example of, he's like, the guy that reported that, I've never talked to that guy. He's never talked to me or anybody that I know. Yeah. And that's the thing that pisses me off about a lot of this speculation of names, because it's like, how about we let the kids actually jump in the portal first? And yeah, so anyway. All right, Sean, this next question from Isles ND. With how good Jagasaul's senior tape is, could he play left tackle, and where would you rank him amongst other tackle prospects? Sean, I know you guys addressed this during the previous part, which is that we didn't think he was a left tackle coming into the year, but there's no doubt he's got left tackle tools coming out of the senior season.
Absolutely.
So let's just kind of focus on the second part. So yes, we do think he can play left tackle now. The second part, how would you rank him among the other top tackles? He is without question one of the 5 best tackles in the in the 2023 class.
Yep.
And I think that was arguable even before his senior season, just from an upside standpoint alone, Sean. And now he started to tap into that. look, he's a better prospect coming out of high school than Joe Alt was because Joe Alt was just so raw. I mean, I don't know if I'd put him quite on the same level as Blake Fisher. Maybe. Well, I say this, Blake has more upside. I'd say Charles is a little bit. So I'm trying to think.
I'm listening to what you're about to say.
I'm back and forth on that one because Blake was pretty darn good.
Yeah.
But I say Charles is a little bit more. Blake had a little bit more. Let's see how he grows into that body kind of thing.
Yeah.
Where Charles is already kind of like that dude looks like he's a college junior now.
He's ready to go. Yeah.
Blake had to work. I don't think people appreciate how hard Blake Fisher worked between his senior year of high school and freshman year of college. Right. And the improvement he made, not just as a player, Sean, but just with his body.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't see a lot of big kids like him putting in that kind of work to reshape their bodies before they even get to, usually it's they get to college and then they realize I got to reshape my body. And then the strength coach fixes it. Blake put in that work. Like Blake came in as a freshman saying, I'm starting as a freshman, right? Like a lot of offensive linemen don't come to Notre Dame with that thought process. Blake did. Right. And so, yeah, it's close, Sean. I mean, it's close. I say Charles is a little bit more advanced physically. Blake had a little bit more upside, I'd say, as a pure tackle than Charles did coming out. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I love this kid. I always loved him. I was kind of there before you and Ryan.
Mm-hmm. Ryan didn't like him as a tackle. Yeah.
But the flexibility, and we talked about this, the flexibility that Harry Easton is going to have. But the talent he has coming in, and more than that, they're physically, like you don't have to get them up to speed physically to be able to compete.
Right.
They might not start, but the thing that they're going to have to be, the thing that's most important for the class that's coming in is going to be coaching technique rather than putting weight on them and getting them physical enough or big enough to play. Notre Dame has some pretty big, like we were talking about it. You go watch a practice. Ty Chan is that's a big dude.
Yeah.
That's a big
They got some monsters. And Emil Wagner's not big now, but that cat is as long as anybody they have.
Yeah.
I mean, his arm length, Sean, is insane. And they make Billy Strauss look small. Billy Strauss like 6'4", 300+ pounds, and they make him look small. Standing next to Ty Chan and Blake Fisher and Joe Alt's got grown at least 1.5 inches, I think, since he got to Notre Dame. He's so freaking huge. And he's got a lot of room to get better. That's the scary part. That's really the scary part. All right, let's get to some more because we got to get out of here, Sean, because there's the 6 o'clock IB Nation Sports Talk show coming up here a little bit. Zach Filippi, Brian, do you think he can start as a freshman? This is referring to I think Kenny Minchie. Kenny, I mean, if he had to, sure, but I think this is more of, and now we can say this, Sean. Getting a kid like Kenny Minchie means there's less pressure for you. This is who we were talking about. There's less pressure to get a portal guy that's got multiple years left now that you've got Kenny Minchie. Because I don't know if I'm ready to start Kenny as a freshman.
Right.
But I'm definitely ready to let him battle as a sophomore. Like, you're going to have Buckner, hopefully Pine, and Angeli all kind of there. If the portal guy wins the job, you'd think at least 1 or 2 of them are still on the roster to be that next guy. I don't know if I'd be ready to put Kenny there yet. I want to give him a year, especially since he only played 6 games his senior year.
Yeah.
I'd want to give him a little bit of time. But
the advantage, he does have an advantage as an early enrollee to get in the book, get ready. So by the time he hits spring ball and by the time he hits fall, mentally, he still has some growth. But he should be able to handle the majority of the playbook by the time he gets to fall camp. And so you just want him to be ready if he's needed at that point. Because once again, I expect Tyler Buckner to come back, be healthy, and more than likely, if there's a quarterback battle, probably win it, unless they bring in somebody from the outside that beats him.
Yeah.
Because I think he's my personal opinion, the best quarterback on the roster.
Most talented for sure. And if it's going to be somebody that's going to beat him out, if Tyler plays his game, it's going to have to be a Devin Leary, Tyler Van Dyke, somebody like that, in my opinion. So, all right. Let's see here. We've got a couple super chats here from JP Buellsfeld. Do you agree? Oh, we actually got that one. I'm sorry, JP. We got one here from Gillig, and he says, if Minchie doesn't work out, thoughts on pulling Lincoln Kienholz from Washington, go Irish. I don't see that one. That's not a name that I've been told. And honestly, if you're a quarterback committed to Washington, what and you're isn't he? Where's he? He's a Washington kid, right? South Dakota. Why in the world would you not want to go to Washington? You know what I mean, Sean? Like their lowest passing output of the season was 298 yards against Oregon State. And by the way, that Oregon State team. So Michael Penix went 30 of 52 for 298 yards and a touchdown against Oregon State. Just to put into context the kind of pass defense Oregon State has this year. Oregon State has given up 9 passing touchdowns all season and 12 picks.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams went 17 of 29 for 167 yards. And, I'm sorry, that's the offense. Sorry. Caleb Williams went 16 of 36 for 180 yards, a touchdown against Oregon State. Just to put into context the kind of pass defense they have. They're pretty good. So I don't know why you'd want to not go to Washington if you're a West Coast kid that's already committed there and they still want you. So, but like you said, we feel confident it's going to work out with him.
Yep.
Matt Lass says, is Minchie a 5-star if he isn't in the 2023 class? No, because I don't think – look, for me, I can't speak for the services, Sean. For me, you're a 5-star or you're not. I mean, if there's a year where there's no 5-star grades, but you're the number one quarterback, you're still not a 5-star. You're not a 5-star just because you happen to be the best player at this position in this particular year, or I cap my number of 5-stars at 7 at that position. If there's 15 5-stars in a class, then there's 15 5-stars in a class at a position I'm talking about. Your grade is your grade no matter what, in my opinion, right? This isn't like the NFL draft where you're the number one pick and you're getting that salary no matter whether you are as good as last year's number one pick or not. You're still getting the number one pick salary. It's not the same thing. So I don't care what year he is in, Matt. For me, he's not a 5-star kid. He's a top 100 to 150 kind of kid, in my opinion. And to me, closer to top 100. Like I said, I advocated for him being a top 100 guy for SI99, and I advocated for like 30 seconds. And John Garcia was like, "Yeah, it's done," because I like him that way as well. But he's not 5-star. Maybe if he was like 3 inches taller and a little bit more arm talent, sure. But I'm pretty picky when it comes to 5-stars, in my opinion, for current grades.
You basically want him to be Trevor Lawrence. Like
but like it's kind of like, shouldn't there be like a high standard for that though, right? You know what I mean? Like you start handing out 5-stars like they're Skittles. You know what I mean? Like there should be a difference between a kid who's a 5-star and a kid who's really good but not. And that's kind of like that's my thing.
I guess. Like
Scout used to give like 55 stars a year, no matter what. The top 50 guys are going to be 5-stars. I'm like, it doesn't mean that, you know what I mean? Like, it's not how it should work, in my opinion. What were you going to say, Sean? What are your thoughts on that?
No, it goes back to, I'm sure in your evaluation or the evaluations we put out as we get closer to signing day, look, you'll see there's plenty of 5-star upside in this class.
Sure.
Plenty.
Yeah. And that's different for us, Sean, because we do the current grade and the upside grade.
Yeah.
If actually, just real quick, I'll just quickly pull it up as we work through this, Sean. But let me pull up my recruiting page at irishbreakdown.com, go to the commits board. And on offense, I have, and this is just based off junior film. So this doesn't even include what am I seeing as some senior film. There's 3 kids in the current class on offense that have 5-star upside grades: Jagasol, Braylon James, Jaden Greathouse.
Mm-hmm.
And then defensively, there are, let me pull this up here, 5. Peyton Bowen, Micah Bell, Boubacar Traore, Drake Bowen, and Jaden Osbury are the 5 that I have that with 5-star upside on defense. That's 8
Okay.
guys that I gave
Yeah.
5-star upside grades to. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Next question. Let's see here. Sean Higgins, do you still expect to go to the portal this offseason? Absolutely. The goal has always been, Sean, to land a quarterback in 23 and a portal kid. It's always been the goal.
Yeah.
Here's Sean, this is what I wanted to, this is one that I starred because I wanted to ask you this. Somebody said, why not Jackson Arnold? So let's just take away the fact that Jackson Arnold wasn't really interested in flipping. Let's have this conversation right now because you know where I stand on this, and I'm curious as where you stand on this. If you had a chance to, and I have said this multiple times, so this isn't me just saying this now because we think Notre Dame's going to get this kid. I've said this for a while. If you had a chance to get Jackson Arnold or Kenny Minchie, I'm going with Kenny Minchie. Who would you go with?
Because it's Notre Dame and because of the system, I go with Kenny Minchie.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Jackson, look, man, to be honest, amongst the Notre Dame fan base, when Jackson Arnold reportedly won the Elite 11, that's when people really fell in love with him. Before that, nobody was really talking about Jackson Arnold. Nobody was talking about him. And then all of a sudden he jumped up, and it's like, you talk to John Garcia, who was there, you'll get one thing. You talk to Malik, and Malik is like, I don't know how they figured he won. Because Malik thought Dante.
John Garcia. Go ahead.
Yeah, Malik thought Dante had the best week. You know,
well, that's who SI All-American named as the best quarterback there.
Absolutely.
John said Dante, and he also that, and the Elite 11 is a big reason why John boosted Kenny Minchie in the top 100 because SI 99 had him ranked 80th overall in the country, and it's because, and that's why they ranked Dante Moore as the number 1 overall player in the country, was because his film was really good, but he was the best there. I don't know what the people who named him, like what it was the Elite 11 people that named Jackson Arnold the MVP, right, Sean?
Yeah.
Which was weird because, like, I don't know if he was like ever the top guy there.
On a day.
Never heard anything from anybody saying.
Right.
Go ahead.
He was never the MVP of the day.
Right.
But when he got to the end of the process, he ended up being the overall MVP. So it was a strange process, and multiple people that I've spoken to had other quarterbacks that were there ranked higher.
Yeah.
Based on what they saw. So,
yep, absolutely.
You know, but like it goes back to the fact that, dude, he's committed. They're not going after him unless he decommits. He didn't want to decommit.
I get that. My question was, if they were both willing to decommit and come, who would you take?
I was just referring back to the question. I took Kenny Minchie.
I got you.
I was just referring back to the question in general. Yeah. Like
right. But I wouldn't go after him anyway. I'm not a you know this. I could be completely dead wrong. I've never been on the Jackson Arnold bandwagon. I think he's a really good high school quarterback who has great talent around him and plays in a very comparable system. And his game tape has never been as impressive as highlight tape. It's like somebody sent me film of the kid that's committed to Florida that decommitted from Penn State. The guy sent me his highlight tape and he's like, man, this is really good highlight tape. I'm like, yeah, he's got some really nice throws on there. I said, but have you ever looked at this kid's stats? He goes, no. I said, the kid's a 50% passer and he's got more interceptions than touchdowns. So his highlight tape doesn't look like that. What'd you want him to put on his highlight tape? A bunch of interceptions? Like, this is why you got to watch game film. You know what I mean? Because anybody can look good on highlight tapes.
Right.
You know, when I cut up my my first year as a starting quarterback in college, when I cut up my highlight tapes, when we played Shawan, I darn sure had a couple really nice bootleg throws. I darn sure had the game-winning touchdown pass with less than a minute on there. You know that. You know what I didn't have on there? That my first pass hit the linebacker right in the freaking chest. I didn't put that on my highlight tape. You know what I mean? Because it's a highlight tape. So that's why you got to watch game film. I just have never been super impressed with the projection of – and now if I'm running a high school team, I'd love to have Jackson Arnold as my high school quarterback.
Yeah.
It just – he doesn't project that way, in my opinion.
But no, you pointed something out. You pointed something out that a lot of people overlook. week in, week out, as a quarterback, he has more talent than everybody around him.
Yes.
Period.
Yes. And I don't see the playmaking that I saw from Cade Klubnik, who also had great talent around him. But you could see Cade like doing things that would project to the next level. Really,
Right.
like just some of the ball placement that kid had was insane.
Right.
You know, and it was just like, okay, so it's not that I'm holding it against him. It's just I can look at it and say, yeah, that throw doesn't translate to the next level. He made that throw because the team he played isn't any good, and that's just kind of, where I'm at, Sean, on that one. G-Man 3413, any hope with Keon Keeley? We get asked this a lot. No, there isn't. Wish there was, but there isn't. Little IXL R82, little off subject, but what's the latest with Peyton? I would assume this is about Peyton Bowen. There is really nothing new.
I'm not talking
with Peyton
about
Bowen.
We will say boycott. I'm boycotting that subject.
Okay, all good. I completely understand.
I'm not talking
There's
about
nothing that's changed. He's committed to Notre Dame, and we have never been at any point in time been given any reason from any of our sources in any direction, not just Notre Dame, to think that he's actually considering decommitting. So until we have reason to believe that, we will. This is where we're at. Brian and Sean question: who are the freshmen from the 23 class coming in? You guys both see playing right away, offensively and defensively. You guys talked a little bit about that in the show, Sean, right? Like,
yeah, we talked about that a couple of weeks back. Like who could come in and really, because we talked about Jagasol possibly being on the interior of the offensive line. We talked about Jaden Greathouse probably coming in and getting some run. The wide receiver on the back end. We think both defensive backs, because of the nature of the defensive back room and what we've seen with the guys that are young getting run early, we think both Micah Bell and Christian Gray can come in. Peyton Bowen, definitely. Adon Schuler, we both sneaky.
Yeah, especially if Brandon Joseph goes pro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'd say every receiver, Charles Jagasol, Devin Houston, Christian Gray, Micah Bell as special teams guys, especially Micah Bell, special teams guy, Peyton Bowen and Adon Schuler for sure. And I'm going to say it. I heard you guys talking about it. Ben Minich is going to be very hard to keep off the field in some capacity. Yes. I had a buddy of mine who is an Ohio State fan, covers Ohio State, but he also does play-by-play for like different things. And he was doing it. He called me. We were talking last night. He was on his way home. He calls me. He goes, Brian, I've been meaning to call and tell you this. This is a true story. Now, keep in mind, he has a teammate in high school, Ben Minich does, named Malik Hartford, who I love. I pushed for him to be a top 100 guy with SI99. Love Malik Hartford. And he said, Brian, this is an Ohio State guy. Malik Hartford is committed to Ohio State. He said, Brian, he goes, I can only speak for the game that I saw. He goes, but there was zero question when I did that playoff game. I think it was Elder is who that Lakota West played. He goes, when I did that game, there was no question the best kid on the field for either team was Ben Minich. His senior film has been outstanding, Sean. Outstanding.
Incredible.
He's athletic. He's instinctive. This has got a chance. Like the safety class was already really good before he committed. And when they got, that's a good depth piece. I wasn't sold on him. I wasn't high on Ben Minich's junior film. I'm not going to lie. I said at the time, we'll see. What will we say? We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Ooh, boy, were they right on this one. He is a dude, Sean. And now you got him, Bowen, and Schuler, and you were trying to have an offense that has or a defense that you'd like to be able to go three safeties at a time on the field, and you want to have a rotation, and you didn't really sign a safety last year. It was important to get that third guy. And I wasn't in love with the third guy they got before, I'm going to be honest, but Ben Minich has made me a believer. Somebody asked if he's the next Harrison Smith. Very different players. Harrison was 6'2", 215, explosive. This kid is more smooth and fluid and like 5'11", and, he's not a real big kid. Different players. Different.
He's a football player, though.
He's what people think Tommy Zibikowski was. And what I mean by that is, Tommy was a football player. Tommy wasn't good in coverage, though.
No.
Tommy was a great football player. He just couldn't cover anybody. Ben Minich can be what Tommy was as what people think Tommy was as a cover guy. He just won't ever be the hitter Tommy was.
Tommy would have been a really good role.
Yes. Oh gosh, yes.
But
as a playmaker, Tommy was a playmaker because he just was a football player.
Yeah.
He was a linebacker in a safety's body, if we're being honest. And that's why Rover would have been. That's a great observation, Sean. But the kid just made football play, and he made them in big games too. It wasn't just like did it against bad teams. He did it. I mean, look at the punt return against USC. It was huge. All right, last couple here. Robin Dennis, Brian and Sean, do you feel Jaden Mickey is developing appropriately for his experience level? Yeah. It's just when he doesn't play well, it's obvious because he gets burned for a touchdown. But I
watched his father, Lamar Mickey. I don't know if you saw this.
Mm-mm.
I think his father, he retweeted something along the lines of Jaden was finally getting run at his position, meaning that he's not natural at playing the slot, which has been most of his reps. And now he has been playing, getting more reps on the outside. And
that's where he played against Clemson.
Yeah, and he felt like that's his natural position. Now his tweet was, now he gets to play his actual position. Let's roll. So, as a true freshman coming in, being asked to play slot, that's, but like you said, his mistakes have been, in my opinion, he just didn't run against the Navy. It was like they
were technical mistakes.
Yeah, it was a technical mistake. Either he leveraged the wrong way or he just didn't open up and run fast enough, like he did against Navy. So,
yeah. So, Sean, let's get to the next one. Let's see here. Right. I'll get to the next question. Okay, give me a second. Oh, here you go. Robert Bishop, are you guys saying Kenny Minchie only because he's a realistic get for Notre Dame, though? Robert, I would never do that. Never do that. I'm going to give you my honest opinion. And I've been saying this about him and Jackson Arnold for a while. Like, I could be dead wrong about Jackson Arnold, but I've been saying this for a long time.
I can vouch for him.
Yeah.
Long time. And when you initially said it, I was like,
yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not. PGV with 2 super chats, and then he gave questions afterwards. So thank you for that. And he's got 2 questions. He goes, been following you folks for a while, and Sean, love you and Malik at Lucky Lefty. Just signed up. Here's my question. Do you feel if Notre Dame wins out, they can contend for a natty next year? I would say, Sean, I don't even think they need to win out to contend for a natty next year. They just have to keep developing as a program.
Yeah.
The roster will be what it will be. It depends on PGV, what happens at quarterback in the offseason.
Yeah.
That's what it determines. It's going to be determined by that. It's going to be determined by that. So, we'll see how that one goes. And then the next one is, he also had a follow-up. Building upon my last question, hoping that finishing the season strong can build the same momentum Lou Holtz talked about when his first year, 1916, beat USC to end the season, culture changing. Yes, but remember his first season, they beat USC and then went into next year, and they started off really well, but they lost their last 2 or 3 of that year. It wasn't really until year 3 that they turned it around. Having said that, Lou Holtz also had a longer road to go than Coach Freeman does. But I think where PGV nails it, Sean, is there's a need for a culture change. And we're seeing that happen. It's not there yet. How long will that take? Will it take 2 off seasons in 1 season? Don't know. Will it need 2 seasons and 3 off seasons and 2 seasons? Don't know. But the culture change is the big thing. It is. I just don't know if it'll happen in year 2. But I'll say this: if they get the quarterback position figured out, whether that's Tyler Buckner reaching his full potential or a portal guy, I think this team's got a chance to be really good next year. I look at this team. If the same thing was true, if the quarterback position, if Tyler Buckner doesn't get hurt and he is the quarterback we think he should have been, and the O-line, then whatever. This team is 8-2, and we're fired up, and we're thinking, boy, this team could be really good. So if it's either Buckner or a portal guy, whoever it is, because you've got to have legitimate concerns about Tyler Buckner now's ability to stay healthy and just more loss of development time because he didn't play. those are things you have to take into consideration and get a legit portal guy. And if Tyler beats that guy out, great. But if he doesn't, then you've got a guy that can go lead you, because the rest of the team is in a good position, John. It really is. And Ohio State's going to have some big losses this offseason. Clemson's going to have some big losses this offseason. Georgia's going to, again, have some big losses this offseason. They're going to be a major question marks at quarterback next year. Bama's going to have some big losses this offseason. So it's going to be a year that you want to be good, because it's going to be a year where you could maybe make a run. There's no doubt about it. So I'm looking forward to it. And so that is going to do it, I believe. I don't think we have had any other super chats pop up here. So I think that's going to do it for today's show. I want to thank everybody for joining today's show. It was a long one, but a good one. We got the news out. Kenny Minchie is decommitted from Pitt. He will be visiting Notre Dame this weekend. So just want to thank you all for joining us. Remember, hit that like button, hit that notification bell, share this podcast, subscribe to the channel. 24 minutes, the IB Nation Sports Talk show is going to go live. And then at 8 o'clock tonight, we are going to have our Upon Further Review show. So Vince and I will have an Upon Further Review show tonight at 8 o'clock, where we will talk about the Notre Dame offense and its performance against Navy. So for the rest of the IB crew, we want to thank you all for being with us, and we will talk to you again very, very soon.